Chapter 891. Du Longzi. Ao Xian is here too. What the hell are you doing? How dare you seal off the entire wilderness and cause it to collapse? Senior Immortal Miao Yan's pretty face sank as she rebuked. Senior Immortal Ao Xian narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold glint. Without answering Senior Immortal Miao Yan's question, he suddenly raised his hand and shot out two jet-black flames towards Miao Yan and Lu He. It was unknown what those two flames were. One was hard and the other was soft. Dao laws flowed out of the flames and instantly covered the void like a dense spider web, causing the temperature of the cold void to rise suddenly. The power of Dao laws dispersed to both sides and condensed into two gigantic black flames. As soon as they shot out, they immediately shook the void and swept out millions of black flames. Wherever the black flames swept past, the void was cut open from the middle and burned, causing black smoke to billow. As the black flames slashed down, a series of beast roars resounded between heaven and earth. The sound was sharp at first, but it became low when it entered the ears. It sounded like the roar of a dragon, the trumpet of an elephant, the angry roar of an ancient demon, and the chanting of an ancient monk. The expressions of the two eternal immortal venerables, Lu He and Miao Yan, instantly changed. If they guessed correctly, the two black flames that caused the void to burn were the famous ancient demon sacrificial artifact of the true dragon clan, the Brahma demon mace. This mace had a great origin. It was a weapon left behind by a deceased demon emperor of the true dragon clan, and its grade had reached the Xiantian realm. Rumor had it that the demon emperor who forged this mace was proficient in Buddhism and had fused Buddhism and demon Daos into one, so he was able to forge this weapon. The Brahma demon mace was abnormally heavy. Only the old monsters of the eternal ancient realm who had entered the Tao with their bodies could use it freely. If one had enough strength, they could use this mace to split the heavens and earth. Ao Xian was not proficient in body refining techniques, so he could only use this mace as a hidden weapon and could only use 30% of the mace's power. Even so, Lu He and Miao Yan's eyes turned solemn. Without any hesitation, Senior Immortal Lu He opened his mouth and spat out a black light. As soon as the black light fell into the void, it immediately turned into a black jade seal and spiraled out. It was his Tao weapon. The jade seal was surrounded by nearly 1,000 imperial qi, and the majestic might of the emperor was shocking. 1,000 streams of sovereign qi immediately shot out, condensing into a giant golden palm that was 10,000 feet in size, directly grabbing at one of the two silhouettes. Venerable wisdom words bit his finger and pointed forward, transforming his blood into stars and instantly forming 12 blood-colored stars in the void. The stars intertwined and formed a constellation that looked like a heavenly steed. Once the constellation was formed, the momentum was immediately drawn over. The 12 stars condensed into a 10,000 feet long unicorn celestial horse. It leapt out, its hooves crushing the void as it charged towards the other celestial horse. 6 harmonized seal, crepe myrtle star technique. These are not enough to block my Brahma demon Jian. Ao Xian's eyes were filled with disdain as he shook his head slightly. His hand seal changed abruptly as the Brahma demon dual truncheon swept out, and the might of a khanate descended from the sky. The left truncheon was incomparably ferocious. It was carved with the totem of a demonic elephant, as though the power of mountains and rivers had been integrated into the truncheon. With a single swing, the truncheon smashed the golden palm that was formed by the sovereign qi into pieces. The right truncheon was as soft as water, and it was carved with the totem of a demonic dragon. As the dragon roared, waves of soft energy were unleashed, transforming into the phantom of a dragon's tail. With a sweep, the unicorn celestial horse was smashed into pieces. 6 combos celestial venerable focused his eyes and pointed forward. The jade seal Dao soldier immediately turned into a mountain and smashed towards the elephant truncheon. Seeing this, Ao Xian laughed, and the ferocity in his eyes intensified. He changed his hand seal, and the elephant truncheon swung towards the jade seal. The collision of the two treasures immediately caused the entire space here to collapse. The elephant Jian had the upper hand in this clash. After a breath's time, the Jade Seal Dao soldier was filled with cracks. After 2 breaths' time, the Jade Seal Dao soldier was invaded by the Dao Law of Fire, and it was torn from the inside out. After 3 breaths' time, the elephant truncheon swept out with all its might. The huge force crushed the sky, and it was ruthless. It directly smashed the 6 combos Celestial Venerable's Jade Seal Dao soldier into pieces. With the Dao soldier destroyed, 6 combos Celestial Venerable's face immediately turned pale. There was even a trace of disbelief in his furious expression. After the Dao soldier was destroyed by the elephant truncheon, 6 combos Celestial Venerable had not yet stabilized himself when the dragon stallion swept over again. He was shocked, and his figure flickered and instantly disappeared, merging with the void. The dragon stallion also flickered and disappeared. When it reappeared, it swept towards a certain void, sweeping the 6 combos Celestial Venerable out of the void. He vomited blood and retreated. Without the Brahma Demon Truncheon, Ao Xian's strength would only be on par with 6 combos. However, with this treasure, Ao Xian was actually able to suppress 6 combos. Wise Word Celestial Venerable wanted to help 6 combos resist the dual truncheons, but he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and he immediately turned around. Behind him, a towering shadow was already closing in. With a wave of its hand, it directly grabbed at him, as though the sky was falling. That shadow was actually an ancient statue floating in the sky. At this moment, Ancestor Poisonous Dragon was standing on the head of the ancient statue. His 10 fingers formed a seal to control the ancient statue to attack her. The ancient statue was not dead, and it gave off a fierce aura like that of a fierce beast. As the stone fragments fell, the petrified white bones underneath were revealed. The power of the ancient statue's grab had surpassed the power of a Celestial Venerable's attack and was comparable to a Celestial King's attack. At this moment of crisis, Wise Word Celestial Venerable pointed and 24 drops of blood flew out. They turned into stars and formed a constellation. It was a constellation that looked like a divine turtle. The moment it moved, a mottled, ancient turtle shell shield flew out and blocked before the ancient statue. With the strength of the shield, Master Poisonous Dragon didn't think he could break it head-on. However, under the grab of the ancient statue, the giant shield let out a muffled bang and then collapsed. The collapsing force continued forward and hit Celestial Sovereign Miao Yan. The sound of bones cracking came from Celestial Sovereign Miao Yan's body. It was as if she had been hit by a cultivation planet. Her delicate body flew out like a kite with a broken string, and her face was pale. Master Poisonous Dragon's attack with the ancient statue was no weaker than Ao Xian's attack with the double Jian. He, wise words, wise words, do you know that this old man has 6 more of these ancient statues? Ancestor Poisonous Dragon's words were like a bolt of thunder that exploded in Wise Words Celestial Venerable's ears. Just one ancient statue was enough to make Wise Words Celestial Venerable powerless. She couldn't imagine what would happen if there were 6 more of these statues. How could she and Lu He survive? As if to confirm her words, the ancient statue continued to attack Wise Words Celestial Venerable. Ancestor Poisonous Dragon was very calm as his hand reached at the void. Countless pieces of gravel and bones flew out from the void and slowly gathered to form a second ancient statue. The demon race had operated in the wilderness for many years. Not only had they found the broken statue of the 7th generation ancestor, they had also found the broken statues of the first 6 generations. The one who had attacked Wise Words the Immortal was the 7th Berserker ancestor, Fan Mokong's ancient statue. There was a blood soul attached to the ancient statue, and that blood soul was formed by the fusion of 108 reversed nascent souls. With this blood soul, the ancient statue was no longer just an ancient statue, but an existence similar to a stone statue puppet. As Ancestor Poisonous Dragon activated his divine ability, the shadow of the second ancient statue slowly formed and appeared at the peak of the void. The moment the second ancient statue was formed, its empty eyes immediately looked at Patriarch Poisonous Dragon, and an ancient questioning voice came from its body. I am the sixth generation ancestor. Fan Lianxiu. Who are you? How dare you summon my bones to form an image? Hehe, I am Junior Poisonous Dragon. Greetings to the sixth generation ancestor. Although I am a demon, I have already made an agreement with the wild beasts of this world. I am your friend and not your enemy. Don't worry about this, Senior. Ancestor Poisonous Dragon slapped a demon talisman at the second ancient statue. The moment the demon talisman appeared, it immediately suppressed the voice from the ancient statue. He continued to activate his divine ability and summoned the other ancient statues from the void. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh Ancestor Poisonous Dragon summoned the remains of all 7 generations of barbaric ancestors from the endless void and condensed them into ancient statues. However, the ancient statues of the first 6 generations of barbaric ancestors were different from the 7th generation. They did not have the blood souls fused with the reverse souls, so they could not be used as puppets to attack Wise Words. Ancestor Poisonous Dragon looked at Wise Words quietly as if he was looking at a dead man. He did not say a word. He was waiting. He was waiting for the immemorial earth-defying formation to activate, waiting for the countless living beings that were sacrificed to turn into the reverse souls and fuse with them to form a new blood soul. When the other 6 blood souls returned to their positions and the 7 ancient statues gathered together, they would be able to slaughter the entire wilderness and summon the ancient passageway to the heavenly desolate ancient realm. Soon, the other 6 blood souls of the barbaric ancestors will be formed in the wilderness. When the time comes, I just need to summon them and the ancient passageway will appear. Ancestor Poisonous Dragon smiled in satisfaction. With the power of the Brahma demon Jian, Ao Xian had already severely injured a 6 combination Immortal Venerable. With the power of the ancient statues, Ancestor Poisonous Dragon had also severely injured a 6 combination Immortal Venerable. Wise Words bit her lips and tried her best to resist the attack of the 7th generation ancient statue. She knew that she and Lu He were no match for Ao Xian and the others. It was only a matter of time before they were completely defeated. She could feel that as the wilderness collapsed, human cultivators were being killed by the wild beasts at every moment. Without the power of the forbidden immortal, the human cultivators would naturally not be afraid of the wild beasts, but now, damn it. What are the demons trying to do? Are they crazy? Don't they know that there is an ancient passageway in the ancient savage region that leads to the heavenly desolate ancient realm? Aren't they afraid of damaging the ancient passageway by destroying the wilderness like this? Or is it because of this passageway that they destroyed the wilderness? Wise Words' pretty face was covered in frost. She secretly activated the jade talisman in her sleeve. The jade talisman was given to her by the 4-Fish sect. It could open the temporary realm gate at any time and evacuate the wilderness. However, the wilderness was sealed by the immemorial earth-defying formation, so the jade talisman could not be activated no matter what. Since the temporary realm gate could not be opened, the connection between the wilderness and the outside world had been cut off. The people outside couldn't come in, and the people inside couldn't go out either. When I was stationed in the wilderness, I received a secret order from the puppet sect. If there is any change in the wilderness, I can use the heaven-sealing immortal edict to delay it for a while and wait for the puppet sect's reinforcements. I only have half of the immortal edict with me. The other half is in the hands of fellow Taoist Lu He. I've already roughly guessed the reason behind the collapse of the desolate land. There's an endless amount of formation force in this heaven and earth that's circulating along with the rotation of that ancient statue. As long as we can seal this formation force, the demon race's scheme should be slightly delayed. If the demons are really after the ancient passageway, we can't let them succeed no matter what. Wise Words' beautiful eyes flashed. Her red lips slightly opened and she spat out a mouthful of boiling blood mist. Her face became even paler. Clearly, the backlash from spitting out the blood mist was not light. As soon as the blood mist appeared, it immediately formed 72 stars in the void and linked together to form a constellation. An ancient wood cage suddenly appeared in the constellation, directly trapping ancestor poisonous dragon and the 7 generations ancient statue. Even with wise words' divine ability, she could only trap the ancient statue for a moment. As soon as the ancient statue was trapped, she immediately flew towards Lu He. With a wave of her palm, a golden radiance flickered in her hand. Half a golden immortal edict with yellow cloth appeared. The immortal edict was opened in the wind. There was only a single divine seal character written with a red brush on it, fluttering in the wind. Gui. 6 directions immortal venerable was struggling against ancestor poisonous dragon. When he saw wise words take out the immortal edict, he immediately understood her intention. In his hand was the other half of the heaven sealing immortal edict. There was a word Cun written on it. The combination of Gui and Cun was sealing. Once the 2 immortal edicts were combined, they would have the power to seal the heavens. Even if there were any changes in the wilderness, the human cultivators could rely on this immortal edict to temporarily protect themselves. It seems like I can only use the power of the heaven sealing immortal edict. As 6 directions immortal venerable retreated, he waved his hand and took out the other half of the immortal edict. He opened it and activated it. Almost at the same time, the immortal edicts in Lu He's and wise words' hands flew out and combined into one in the void, becoming a complete immortal edict. The red word seal immediately flew out from the immortal edict. The sealing power contained within it instantly spread throughout the entire wilderness. The immemorial dust-defying formations operation actually slowed down due to the power of the heaven-sealing immortal edict. The ancient barbarian statues that stood tall in the void rotated slowly to begin with. Due to the heaven-sealing immortal edict, their rotation became even slower. The void of the wildlands began to twist and distort as a series of enormous scarlet doors appeared. Surging sealing power poured out of the doors. There were a total of 108,000 giant doors. Among them, 8,000 were the life doors that could contain the heavens and the earth. The remaining 100,000 were the death doors. They contained formations. If one accidentally entered one of them, one would immediately be attacked and trapped by the formations. The shattered continents were sucked into different life doors. Wise words and Lu He were also sucked into different life doors as they retreated. Ancestor poisonous dragon activated the ancient statue and broke the cage with a palm strike to escape. Before he could stabilize himself, he was sucked into one of the life doors. The 7 ancient statues were also sucked into their own life doors. Ao Xian's expression was one of shock and anger. It was obvious that he did not expect wise words and Lu He to have the heaven-sealing immortal edict. It's the heaven-sealing immortal edict. Damn it! Ao Xian's expression was extremely ugly. He lost his balance and was sucked into one of the life doors. The scenery in front of him changed rapidly. Ao Xian managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty. He swept his gaze across the world he was in, and his expression was terrifyingly dark. What he saw was a desolate, broken continent. In the sky, there were hundreds of faintly discernible giant doors. Some of them were alive, and some were dead. It was difficult to distinguish them. Ao Xian recognized one of the giant doors and flew into it. He remembered that he was sucked into this place by this giant door. He wanted to return the way he came, but he strangely appeared in another world. It was another life door and realm door. He passed through a few more giant doors and landed in a death door that was filled with formations. Even with Ao Xian's strength, he was temporarily trapped by the death door's formation and could not escape. Damn it! Originally, I only needed to kill 6 harmonies wise words, and there would be no more obstacles. I could make the ancient statue transform 3 times and unseal the ancient passage. I didn't expect them to have the heaven-sealing immortal edict and directly seal the primordial defying dust formation. They even sealed the entire wildlands into 108,000 heaven-sealing gates. The primordial defying dust formation is only 40% incomplete. With the power of the heaven-sealing immortal edict, the formation can be sealed for at least 7 days. After 7 days, the power of the heaven-sealing immortal edict will be exhausted, and the wildlands will be restored to its original state. Damn it! If the plan is delayed for 7 days, I don't know what will happen. If the patriarch finds out that I didn't do my job well, he will definitely punish me. Ao Xian's expression became uglier and uglier as he faced the attacks from the Death Doors formation. In the southern heaven celestial world, at the peak of the Four-Direction Mountain in the Four-Direction sect, a stone statue that was half the height of a human suddenly opened its eyes and transformed into a black-clothed, black-haired boy. Although this person had the body of a boy, his eyes were indifferent and his aura was restrained. Once it was released, it was enough to shock the heavens. This person was the strongest among the 28 constellation ancient emperors of the Four-Direction sect, the Sky-Piercer Ancient Emperor. The Sky-Piercer Ancient Emperor pinched his fingers and calculated. After a while, he smiled gently. The demon race finally couldn't hold back and want to attack the ancient passage. More than 400 realm wars and countless dead bodies, all for today. The immortal edict can seal the wildlands for 7 days. After 7 days, the ancient passage will definitely appear. The demon race seems to want to turn the wildlands into a cavern world and monopolize the passage. How greedy! Unfortunately, if they want to monopolize the passage to the wildlands, they have to first ask for our consent. After a moment of silence, the Sky-Piercer Ancient Emperor suddenly sent a voice transmission to the starry sky. As soon as his voice fell, it immediately turned into dozens of purple-gold voice transmission flying swords that instantly spread across the starry sky. On this day, all the celestial emperors in the Four-Direction sect received the voice transmission from the Sky-Piercer Ancient Emperor. In the southern heaven celestial world, the Fate Controller Immortal Palace. In the void, a purple-gold voice transmission flying sword broke through the air, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Its speed was so fast that even ordinary immortal venerables and immortal kings couldn't catch the sword light of the voice transmission flying sword. In the cave abode of the Wind Thunder Mountain, the Fortune Controller Immortal Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the voice transmission flying sword light in his hand and crushed it. After listening to the voice transmission from the Sky-Piercer Ancient Emperor, the Fortune Controller Immortal Emperor smiled and closed his eyes in satisfaction. The ancient passage in the wildlands is finally going to appear. 7 days. It's better not to watch this show. South Heaven Immortal World, Purple Mansion Academy, Calamity Controller Great Hall. The Calamity Controller Immortal Emperor was meditating under the green lamp. She was dressed in a palace robe, graceful and moving, casting a clear shadow on the ground. Her expression was calm, but this tranquility was soon broken by a voice transmission sword light. The demon race has finally made a move on the wildlands. I wonder if the appearance of the ancient passage is an opportunity or a predestined fate for the illusionary world. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She slowly stood up, her figure gradually faded, and eventually disappeared from the hall. North Heaven Immortal World, Black Tortoise Star. As usual, the tablet-wielding Immortal Emperor Meng Xuanzi was preaching on the Black Tortoise Star. When he was talking about the crucial part, he suddenly received a voice transmission from Nan Tian. His expression instantly changed. After giving a few instructions to his disciples, Meng Xuanzi immediately flew out of the Black Tortoise Star and disappeared without a trace. Countless cultivators who came to listen to his sermon looked at each other in dismay. North Heaven Immortal World, North Sea Star Region, Lost World Palace. In the depths of the forbidden area of the Lost World Palace, inside a 7-colored pagoda, a gray-robed old woman was reprimanding a beautiful woman in palace robe. If Ning Fan was here, he would certainly recognize that the beautiful woman who was being reprimanded by the old woman was Yuan Yao, who had a romantic past with him. Yao, you've let me down this time. Even though the marriage between Bei Xiaoman and the Shiman clan was arranged by the Great Elder, it was also tacitly approved by me. Why did you collude with the Shiman clan to cancel the marriage? I know that you love your daughter dearly and you disdain marriage. However, do you know that the Shiman clan is backed by a secret race? If I want to completely control the Lost World Palace, I especially need the power of the secret race. Yuan Yao lowered her head and did not say a word. However, there was a hint of bitterness hidden in the corner of her eyes. After so many years, she had found out that the Liu Bei whom she met in the past was the same person as the Zhou Ming whom her daughter Bei Xiaoman could not forget. Liu Bei. Zhou Ming. Ning Fan, the young man whom she had fallen in love with, was actually the same person that her daughter loved. How ironic. Be it Liu Bei or Ning Fan. Since Xiaoman has already given her heart to this person, I naturally can't marry her to the Shiman clan. Fortunately, the Shiman clan is reasonable and agreed to cancel the marriage. I heard that it was the young lord of the Shiman clan, Shiman Yi, who agreed to cancel the marriage. If one day, Liu Bei comes to the northern heaven and meets Xiaoman, she will probably be very happy. However, how should I face him? If I meet him, I might as well not meet him. Yuan Yao's heart was filled with bitterness. However, she did not say a word and allowed the grey-robed old woman to reprimand her. Suddenly, a purple-golden sound-transmitting flying sword pierced through the sky. The grey-robed old woman summoned the flying sword into her hand and crushed it. After listening to the sound transmitting from the sword, her face immediately broke into a smile. Good. 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 7 days, right? Good. The old woman stopped smiling and her face turned gloomy again. She snorted coldly at Yuan Yao. Since the matter regarding Bei Xiaoman has already been settled, let's just forget about it. In the future, if you disobey my orders again, don't blame me for being merciless. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed and flew out of the 7-colored pagoda, disappearing without a trace. Yuan Yao was left alone in the same place. She let out a faint sigh as if all the strength in her body had been drained. Liu Bei, I have done my best to help you and Xiaoman. If you come to the northern heaven one day, you must treat Xiaoman well. Don't let her down. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. Most of the immortal emperors who were affiliated with the Four Meridians sect were gathered in the northern and southern heavens. On this day, dozens of celestial emperors disappeared mysteriously between the northern and southern heavens. On this day, dozens of celestial emperors left the demon spirit land in the upper realm. Their whereabouts were also unknown. The border between the demon spirit land and the four heavens celestial realm was an endless blood-red void. There were countless pieces of bones floating in the void, and occasionally, there would be blood-colored meteors flying across the void. Among those bones, there were the remains of ancient cultivators. They were as hard as post-heaven celestial treasures. However, if those bones were hit by the blood-colored meteors, they would immediately shatter. The impact of the meteors was enough to injure ancient celestial sovereigns. This blood-colored void was called the Red Piercing Passage. It was one of the paths that connected the four heavens and the demon spirit realm to the upper realm. These blood-colored meteors were known as crimson penetrating stars. One red piercing star could directly kill a soul destroyer. 10 red piercing stars could kill ancient celestial sovereigns. 1,000 red piercing stars could kill celestial kings. 10,000 red piercing stars could even turn an celestial emperor to ashes. The red piercing passage was extremely dangerous. It was divided into the east, middle, and west sections. The four heavens celestial realm occupied the east section and the demon spirit realm occupied the west section. If a human emperor entered the west section, they would be attacked by the red piercing stars. If a demon emperor entered the east section, they would also be attacked by the red piercing stars. The piles of bones inside the red piercing passage were left behind by the powerful humans and demons that had trespassed. Due to the existence of the red piercing stars, very few emperors were willing to come to the red piercing passage. Normally, very few people came to the red piercing passage, but today, more and more celestial emperors gathered at the middle section. There were human emperors and demon emperors. The two celestial emperors each occupied one side of the void. They didn't make a move, but the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Right now was not the time to make a move. There was a grey void under everyone's feet. This grey void was where the wild desolate realm was located. However, at this moment, the wild desolate realm was sealed. Even though there were many emperors here, they couldn't enter the wild desolate realm. This was because the wild desolate realm was completely surrounded by the ancient dust-defying formation. The demon race's scheme ultimately did not escape the eyes and ears of the human race. The demon race had destroyed the wildlands and activated the immemorial dust-defying formation, while the human race had activated the heaven-sealing immortal edict. The heaven-sealing immortal edict. The four-fish sect was so generous to actually give this item to the realm-guarding immortal venerable. Fortunately, I don't expect Ao Xian and Du Longzi to conquer the wildlands in one fell swoop. 7 days later, the ancient passage will appear. Perhaps, we will have to fight the human race for this passage. The true dragon tribe leader was dressed in a golden robe. His eyes were deep and emotionless. He stood in front of the demonic emperors and looked at the ancient heavenly emperor from afar. The ancient emperor of Tongtian was expressionless as he stared at the true dragon patriarch. Behind the heavenly reaching ancient emperor, there were the calamity-wielding immortal emperor, the tablet-wielding immortal emperor, the grey-robed old lady of the Lost World Palace, and many other immortal emperors from the north and south heavens. No one chose to make a move at this moment. Everyone was waiting for the confrontation 7 days later. 7 days later, if the ancient passageway were to appear, the immortal emperors here would definitely fight for it. Ning Fan did not know that there were nearly 100 great emperors of the two races waiting outside the wildlands. Currently, he was staring coldly at the two slaves who had scarlet eyes. These two slaves were the two demon cultivators who had attempted to massacre the entire city. At this moment, the two demon cultivators were kneeling in front of Ning Fan without any extra expression on their faces. They had already been subdued by Ning Fan's tribulation sense and became Jie's slaves. In a sense, they were already dead. However, they were still living in the form of Jie's slaves. They only obeyed Ning Fan's orders. Other than Ning Fan, they would not recognize anyone else. The 4,000 wild beasts followed their orders and prostrated themselves on the ground. Their heads were lowered and they looked like a mountain in fear of Ning Fan. Ning Fan used the reverse spirit technique to search the memories of the two demons. From their memories, Ning Fan found out that the demon race did not only have one immortal venerable guarding the wildlands. Now, the second immortal venerable had arrived. Ning Fan also found out that the collapse of the entire wildlands was an important part of the demon race's blood sacrifice. Currently, the entire wildlands had been sealed and no one could enter or leave. The two demons had no idea what the ultimate goal of the demon race was: to destroy the wildlands. Other than Du Longzi and Ao Xian, no one else in the entire wildlands knew about it. What Ning Fan knew was that the demon race and the wild beasts had reached some kind of agreement. Most of the high-grade wild beasts had signed a blood restriction with the experts of the demon race. The so-called blood restriction was a restriction in the bloodline of the demon race. It could only be formed if the wild beasts were willing to sign it. The two demons in front of Ning Fan each commanded 2,300 wild beasts with the help of the blood restriction in their bodies. There were many other demon cultivators who were similar to them. All of them relied on the blood restriction to command countless wild beasts. They obeyed the orders of the demon race's immortal venerables. Once the wildlands collapsed, they would lead the wild beasts to massacre the entire wildlands. Once the immortal forbidden power was activated, most of the human cultivators would not be able to defeat the wild beasts. It was not difficult for them to find human cultivators in the broken wildlands to slaughter. The gate of the realm should have appeared a year later. I didn't expect that the demon race would destroy the wildlands before I left. Ning Fan's eyes glowed with green light. He activated his ability and extracted the blood restriction in the bloodline of the two demons. After swallowing it, he raised his hand and killed the two demons. In the past, he could not see the blood restriction nor could he extract it. However, after opening the second gate of the heavenly being realm, he could do it easily. The two demons had the sensing restriction that Venerables Ao Xian planted in their bodies. Keeping them by his side would bring more harm than good. After devouring the blood restriction, Ning Fan could directly control the 4,000 wild beasts. Thus, he did not need to keep the two demons who would become a hidden danger. He took out the jade talisman that he took from Si Ming and secretly activated it. However, he realized that the jade talisman could not be activated. It could not open the passage to leave the wildlands. I can't leave, huh? Ning Fan frowned and fell into silence. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the shadow of the ancient statue at the highest point of the void sky. He saw a vast wave of battle fluctuations coming from the shadow. It was obvious that Venerables were fighting on it. Gradually, the second, the third and the fourth shadow appeared at the top of the sky. Eventually, there were a total of 7 shadows of the ancient statue. Immediately after that, an incomparably strong sealing force descended from heaven and earth. Then, countless giant doors appeared in the void sky. Ning Fan and the broken continent where the heavenly barbarian city was located were sucked into one of the life doors. There were a few other broken continents that were sucked into the life door together with them. However, there were no living creatures in those continents anymore. It was as if they had been sacrificed. Green light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes and he looked at the giant doors in the void sky. With his eyesight, he could vaguely see that these giant doors were divided into 2 types, the life door and the death door. Before he could take a closer look, a series of rumbling sounds came from one of the life doors. Immediately after that, a broken continent flew out from the life door. There were hundreds of human cultivators on that broken continent. Most of them were just at the void fragmentation realm. The one with the highest cultivation base was just a late mortal profound realm female cultivator. However, her cultivation base was only at the late void fragmentation realm after her cultivation base was suppressed by the power of the forbidden immortal. Each of these cultivators looked panicked. Behind them, hundreds of wild beasts were madly chasing after them. Even though the highest cultivation base among the wild beasts chasing after them was only at the mortal profound realm, once the wild beasts catch up to them with their suppressed cultivation base, they would only end up dead. Are we going to die? The immortal cultivator revealed a look of despair. Her name was Tong Er. She was one of the many maidservants of venerated Miao Yen. Due to the collapse of the wild continent, the continent where she and the hundreds of human cultivators were located was separated. Then, due to the power of the heaven-sealing immortal edict, they were sucked into a life door. There were many wild beasts in that life door. With the cultivation base of the cultivators that was suppressed by the power of the forbidden immortal, they were not a match for the wild beasts at all. They could only flee. They fled into other life doors in order to enter the other life doors and seek help from the human race. Unfortunately, they had already passed through several life doors but they still could not find help from the human race. They had to admit that they were very lucky to not have entered any of the death doors. Otherwise, they would probably be dead by now. While they were in despair, they suddenly realized that there were a few broken continents in the life door. One of them had the vague aura of a few cultivators on it but they could not sense it clearly. Tong Er excitedly spread her spirit sense towards the broken continent where the heavenly barbarian city was located. After taking a glance from afar, her heart sank again. Although there was the aura of cultivators on that broken continent, there were also the aura of thousands of wild beasts. There was even a void-shedding wild beast among them. There are wild beasts here too. There's actually a void-shedding wild beast. Tong Er closed her eyes in despair. The wild beasts that were chasing after them were at the human mystic realm at most, which was enough to make them feel despair. There were thousands of wild beasts hibernating on the broken continent in front of them, including a void-shedding wild beast. Initially, they thought that they had found help from the human race, but they did not expect that they had mistakenly entered an even more dangerous wild beast nest. The rest of the human cultivators were also in despair. Suddenly, Tong Er heard the roars of fear from the hundreds of wild beasts that were chasing after them. She opened her eyes in shock. The first thing she saw was a man with a ghost face and silver hair. He was dressed in a white robe with a red glow. He stood in the sky and looked at everyone coldly. Just a glance from him was enough to make hundreds of wild beasts tremble. Tong Er looked at the man in disbelief. This man had the aura of a human cultivator. Tong Er could feel an aura that was not weaker than a void-shedding intermediate stage cultivator. One should know that the entire desolate land was currently suppressed by the forbidden immortal power. All second-step cultivators below the ancient times would be suppressed by a major cultivation realm. Since this man has the aura of a void-shedding intermediate stage cultivator, could it be that he was a mid-thought fragmentation realm old monster before he was suppressed by the forbidden immortal power? Mid-thought fragmentation realm. Tong Er's eyes immediately became fervent. Any powerful expert of the human race who could cultivate to the mid-thought fragmentation realm was an old monster whose name shook the world. She could only look up to such a senior. This lady looks a little familiar. She seems to be the maid of venerated wisdom words. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. A moment later, he made up his mind. He had a cold and indifferent personality. If these human cultivators were being chased by the wild beasts, he would most likely turn a blind eye. After all, if he saves these people and keeps them by his side, they would more or less become troublesome. Now that the desolate land was in chaos, Ning Fan could barely take care of himself. How would he have the mood to care about others? However, he had seen venerated wisdom words made before. Even though it was just once, he remembered that Tong Er was venerated wisdom words made. Venerated wisdom words had helped him resist the 7 truths 7 illusions arrow. Thus, he did not mind saving this maid for venerated wisdom words. Kill. Ning Fan gave an order indifferently. Then, a strange scene immediately appeared. Under the control of the forbidden blood in his body, the 4,000 wild beasts that were lying on the ground outside the heavenly barbarian city soared into the sky and charged at the hundreds of wild beasts that had just arrived. How is this possible? Tong Er and the other human cultivators were astounded. They had never seen any human cultivator who had the ability to control an army of wild beasts. Chapter 892. With the power of the blood restriction, Ning Fan could control these 4,000 wild beasts. The beasts could not disobey his orders at all. Among the hundreds of wild beasts in front of him, the highest cultivation base was only at the mortal profound realm. Of course, they were no match for Ning Fan's army of 4,000 wild beasts. It was a one-sided massacre. It was extremely rare to see wild beasts killing each other. It was the first time for Tong Er and the other human cultivators to witness it. Every breath, there would be countless wild beasts screaming and dying. Their corpses that were the size of small hills fell from the sky. Filthy beast blood rained down like rain, giving off a pungent smell. When the beast blood fell on their bodies, it was pitch black and had a sticky and warm feeling, making them feel uncomfortable. Tong Er and the other human cultivators who were at the bottom were almost drenched by the beast blood. Their clothes and hats were dirty, but none of them dared to wipe off the filthy blood at this critical moment. Each of the human cultivators stared at the sky without blinking. Watching the brutal battle between the wild beasts, each of them shuddered with fear and trepidation. However, they were afraid that they would miss something. Even though this massacre happened between the wild beasts, the low-grade cultivators could more or less learn something from it. In less than 20 breaths, the hundreds of wild beasts that were chasing after them were all slaughtered. Ning Fan's army of wild beasts only lost around 10 low-grade wild beasts. Ning Fan's eyes were cold as he watched the battle. He had already seen too many massacres of this level. As soon as the battle ended, the 4,000 over savage beasts descended to the wasteland outside the Heavenly Man City under Ning Fan's command. Once again, they lay prostrate on the ground as if they were not ferocious and cruel savage beasts. Instead, they were obedient dogs that guarded their homes. Is this the power of the blood restriction? In the past, I had also seen the scene of the black barbarian monks controlling the wild beasts. Now that I think about it carefully, the reason why those monks could control the wild beasts was probably because of the blood restriction. Recalling the past, Ning Fan's eyes flashed and he landed on the ground. When the cultivators saw Ning Fan landing on the ground, they were all excited and bowed respectfully to thank him. Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. No one dared to be disrespectful to Ning Fan. In the eyes of the human cultivators, Ning Fan was definitely a powerful human cultivator who had been famous for a long time. Tong Er was the only one who carefully studied Ning Fan after bowing to him. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. This senior isn't at the thought-shattering realm. She sighed regretfully. At this moment, Ning Fan had already dispersed the secret technique and regained his intermediate truth realm aura. It seemed that Ning Fan's original cultivation base was only at the intermediate Duzhen realm. His previous shedding void realm aura was only enhanced by a secret technique. In other words, before this senior was suppressed by the forbidden immortal force, he was at most at the void abandoning stage. Tong Er shook her head and suppressed the excess emotions in her eyes. Even if Ning Fan wasn't the broken thought and was just a space rend, he was still not someone that she could look down on. Old monster Shikong, who was able to control savage beasts, seemed to be able to shake the four heavens. Are all of you subordinates of venerated immortal Miao Yen? Ning Fan's gaze swept across the crowd of cultivators. Eventually, his eyes stopped at Tong Er who was standing at the forefront and asked indifferently. Yes. Tong Er composed herself, and then she spoke word by word clearly and respectfully. Her voice was light, and there was even a trace of innate charm concealed within it. Oh. You're actually born with a bewitching bone. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. His tone did not reveal any emotions. When Tong Er heard his words, her face turned pale. She took half a step back subconsciously and looked at Ning Fan with fear. Just like what Ning Fan had said, she was born with a bewitching bone. However, this bone had already been sealed by venerated immortal Miao Yen. Thus, it was very difficult for others to see through it. According to Tong Er's knowledge, only those devil cultivators who possessed profound bewitching techniques could see through the seal placed by venerated immortal Miao Yen at a glance and see through her identity as a bewitching bone. Ning Fan only needed a single glance to see through the bewitching bone that she had sealed. Without a doubt, she was a devil cultivator who practiced dual cultivation. Moreover, her bewitching technique cultivation base must be extremely high. This senior Shikong is actually a devil cultivator who practices dual cultivation. Venerated immortal Miao Yen once said that my innate bewitching bone belongs to the high-grade bewitching bone. It is also very useful even for shedding void realm old monsters. Since this senior has already seen through my bewitching bone, will he lay his hands on me? Tong Er's shoulders trembled slightly. Her eyes were filled with fear. Even though she was the maid of venerated immortal Miao Yen, she was just a maid. Now that the desolate wasteland was in chaos, no one would blame Ning Fan even if he plucked her and killed her at this critical moment. The fear in her eyes naturally could not escape Ning Fan's eyes. He was like a frightened deer. Ning Fan sighed softly. He naturally understood what Tong was afraid of and said indifferently. "Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. The reason why I asked you this question is just because I saw your bewitching bone and thought of an old friend. I'm not interested in you personally." What Ning Fan thought of was naturally Jihe, who was born with a bewitching bone. When he thought of Jihe, the corners of his mouth actually curved into a smile. With the ghost mask on, Tong naturally could not see Ning Fan's smile. She also did not believe that Ning Fan, a devil cultivator who practiced dual cultivation, would not be uninterested in her bewitching bone physique. "You're the maid of venerated immortal Miao Yen, right?" "Yes." "Senior, do you know me?" Tong was surprised. Then, she asked again. "This junior's name is Tong I'm indeed the maid of venerated immortal." Ning Fan nodded his head. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and stretched out his index finger, pointing it at Tong's glabella. This finger was imbued with the reverse spirit technique. It could search Tong's memories without harming her. This finger contained an indescribable profundity. However, it also gave people an unusually heavy and oppressive feeling. Tong however, did not know so much. When she felt the might of this finger, she only thought that Ning Fan had fallen in love with her bewitching bone and wanted to harm her. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. At the moment when Ning Fan's finger touched her glabella, she actually shed tears and had the intention to commit suicide. She was unwilling to become someone's human cauldron. Even if she had to die, she would not do so. Ning Fan's finger only touched half an inch away from Tong's forehead. He did not touch her skin. The tip of his finger emitted the light of the reverse spirit technique. In just a few breaths, he had read through all of her memories. He seemed to be slightly disappointed with her. Just as he was about to withdraw his finger, he suddenly discovered something. He clenched his 5 fingers and seemed to have grasped something from her sea of consciousness. Then, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Tong's tears fell. She did not know what kind of ability Ning Fan used on her. She could not understand it, nor could she understand it. She only knew that Ning Fan had planted some kind of secret restriction on her. Perhaps, she would become Ning Fan's human cauldron soon. Seeing that Tong was actually crying, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with impatience. He said with a cold tone, "You're worrying too much. I don't have the leisure to plant any restriction on you and harm you." Seeing that Tong still did not believe him, Ning Fan was also too lazy to explain. After searching Tong's memories, Ning Fan found out that these hundreds of human cultivators were chased by the wild beasts after they were separated from the main group. Now that the desolate world was in chaos, the continents where the 5 regions of the human race were located were also shattered. Many human cultivators had left their base and fallen into a dangerous situation. With the existence of the power that forbids immortals from entering the desolate world, it would probably be difficult for these human cultivators to survive if they encounter an army of wild beasts. He remained silent for a while and then said to the group of cultivators including Tong "I once owed venerated Miao Yen a favor. Now that the desolate world is in turmoil and you guys can't protect yourselves, just follow me. When you are in danger, I will naturally protect you." His tone sounded like an old man, but it was intentional. After all, he did not want to expose too much of his identity in front of these human cultivators. When the group of cultivators heard that a senior like Ning Fan was willing to protect them, they were naturally overjoyed. Tong was the only one who had doubts in her mind. She had been following venerated Miao Yen for many years, but she never knew that venerated Miao Yen had done that old monster Shikong a favor. She had already determined that Ning Fan's words of owing venerated Miao Yen a favor were nonsense. However, she did not dare to expose him in front of everyone. Tong followed Ning Fan and the group of cultivators back to the broken continent where the Heaven Barbarian City was located. She was temporarily settled in the city. She felt uneasy and uneasy. She knew that Ning Fan had already planted a restriction spell on her and she would become his cauldron sooner or later. Ning Fan naturally did not want to explain too much to this little maidservant who was suffering from paranoia. Outside the city, there were more than 4,000 wild beasts. Inside the city, there were several tens of thousands of mortals and hundreds of human cultivators. Ning Fan stood on the city wall and watched this scene that should not have appeared in the cultivation world of the desolate world. He remained silent. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at the numerous giant scarlet doors in the sky. His expression became more and more solemn. Today, there were two major changes in the desolate world. Only these two changes were not under Ning Fan's control and they made him feel uneasy. The first change was the immemorial dust-defying formation that was activated by the demon race. Even if this formation only had 40% of its power left, it was still not something that Ning Fan could deal with alone. The second change was the giant scarlet doors that filled the sky. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, these giant scarlet doors that filled the sky seemed to be an extremely powerful sealing ability. There were life doors and death doors. With Ning Fan's eyesight that was at the second level of the heavenly being realm, he could distinguish the difference between the life doors and death doors if he takes a closer look. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, he suddenly soared into the sky and flew to one of the life doors. He placed his palm on the door and felt the scarlet light coming from it. He secretly activated the force character to deduce the structure and arrangement of this door. This deduction did not last for too long. According to his deduction, there were a total of 100,000 death doors and 8,000 life doors in the desolate world. Now, the entire desolate world was separated into different life doors. Inside the death door, there was a peerlessly ferocious formation that could not be entered. Even if he was not weak, he would still die if he entered the death door by mistake. Now, the situation in the desolate world has changed. It gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. With my strength alone, I might be able to protect myself. However, if I want to protect the people behind me, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the heavenly barbarian city below and sighed softly. Lu Yen, Fairy Han Wu and the others were still fine. If something really happens in the desolate world, he could still keep them in the profound Yin world and temporarily protect them. However, due to their own reasons, Xian Loli and Zhao Dai could not enter the profound Yin world to hide. The previous void storm had almost taken the lives of immortal Loli and Zhao Dai. It was hard to say whether there would be other dangers in the future. The current desolate world had already exceeded Ning Fan's expectations. He knew that it would be difficult for him to protect the two of them if he was alone. According to the memories of the two demons, there are currently two immortal venerables of the demon race who are wreaking havoc in the desolate world. One of them is Old Ancestor Poisonous Dragon and the other is Immortal Venerable Ao Xian. The two of them are trying to perform a blood sacrifice in the desolate world. All living beings in the desolate world that are not demons or wild beasts are within the range of their blood sacrifice. No one can escape unscathed. The human race also has two immortal venerables of the past. If we can find the human army and seek shelter under the wings of the two immortal venerables of the human race, the danger will certainly be reduced to the minimum. It will also be much easier to protect Xian and Dai. However, the current desolate world has been sealed with countless life gates and death gates. I'm afraid it won't be easy to pass through the 8,000 life gates and converge with the human army. Fortunately, when I was searching her memories, I found this item in her sea of consciousness. Ning Fan opened his palm. There was a line of blood in the center of his palm. That line of blood should have been left in Tong, or sea of consciousness by one of the immortal venerables of the past. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, this line of blood should have been refined by Venerable Miao Yen using his own primordial spirit and blood essence. The function of this bloodline was to transmit a sense to Venerable Miao Yen once Tong dies. The primordial spirit and blood essence of Venerable Miao Yen, Even though it's just a trace, I can still use the reverse spirit technique to sense her location. The reverse spirit technique of the true dragon race could not only be used to search one's soul but also to sense and track others. Ning Fan's spirit sense seemed to have turned into a misty rain that was born from the reverse spirit technique. The world of the life gate where he was at immediately started to drizzle. The curtain of rain then drifted towards one of the life gates that filled the entire sky. The curtain of rain passed through the first life gate and then the second life gate, walking along a certain designated path. After passing through the 69th life gate, he suddenly took a turn and entered a certain death gate. Then, he sensed something. In the world of the death gate, Ning Fan sensed the existence of Venerable Miao Yen. He could not sense anything clearly nor could he sense the exact situation of that world. Everything was very vague. Due to the heaven-sealing immortal edict, the space was distorted and his spirit sense was also blocked. However, Venerable Miao Yen was indeed there. Currently, after fighting against Ao Xian and old ancestor Du Long, Venerable Miao Yen had been fleeing blindly with serious injuries. Due to a moment of carelessness, she was trapped in a certain death gate. Currently, she was exhausted from dealing with all kinds of dangers. She was almost at the end of her rope. All of a sudden, she felt that she was being watched by someone. Her heart was filled with shock. It's the reverse spirit technique. Is it Ao Xian or Du Longzi who is peeping on me? From her point of view, the reverse spirit technique was a secret technique of the true dragon race that was not taught to outsiders. Currently, there were only 2 people who could use this technique in the desolate land. Her heart instantly sank to the bottom. If she was really found by one of them, she was afraid that that person would come to take her life soon. With her current state of serious injuries, she would definitely die if she were to face either Ao Xian or Du Longzi. No. Even though this person's reverse spirit technique was used to find my location, he purposely released a trace of qi. This qi is actually the qi of a human cultivator. This qi isn't Du Longzi or Ao Xian. Venerable Miao Yan's beautiful eyes immediately widened. The reverse spirit technique was a secret technique of the true dragon race that was not passed on to outsiders. Even demon cultivators would find it difficult to learn it, let alone human cultivators. However, the person who used the reverse spirit technique to spy on her was clearly a human cultivator. Venerable Miao Yen immediately had a guess in her heart. First of all, the reverse spirit technique was a great technique. Only some eternal old monsters in the true dragon race could learn it. A human cultivator who could use this technique must at least have the cultivation base of the eternal ancient realm. Moreover, it was really incredible that a human cultivator could master the secret technique of the demon race. Presumably, this person wouldn't be too weak in the eternal ancient realm. Secondly, this person was spying on her and purposely released his qi. It was clear that this person was trying to express his goodwill and was afraid that she would overthink it. From this reverse spirit technique, Venerable Miao Yen could even feel the qi of her primordial spirit and blood essence. I've refined the blood essence of my primordial spirit into a blood thread and planted it in the bodies of my servants to sense their safety. This blood thread should be the one I planted in Tong Er's body. Tong Er's life token was clearly not broken, but this person was able to extract the blood thread from Tong Er's sea of consciousness and use it to sense my location. This technique is really impressive. Since this person deliberately released his qi, the possibility of him being a friend and not an enemy is not small. This qi is also different from Taoist Lu He. However, I'm very curious, when did the third eternal human race enter the desolate land? At this moment, Venerable Miao Yen was trapped in the gate of death with a seriously injured body and was in danger of dying at any time. She hesitated for a moment and finally made up her mind. Before leaving the gate of death under the curtain of rain, she opened her red lips slightly and pleaded. If you're the eternal human race, please come to this world and save me. My life is in danger now and I'm trapped in this ominous formation. If fellow Taoist can help me from the outside, I'll definitely be able to escape. After that, I'll definitely thank fellow Taoist. I hope that fellow Taoist can help me. After Venerable Miao Yen said this, the curtain of rain completely left this world. There was a trace of hope and helplessness in her eyes. He was hoping that the Wangu human would come and save him. However, she felt helpless because she did not know the identity of that person and was not sure that person would come to save her. The ominous formation of the gate of death in front of her was not easy to deal with. Which eternal human race old monster would be willing to take the risk for others? It was not that there were no such people, but they were just too few. I hope that person is willing to come and save me. Venerable Miao Yen smiled bitterly. In the sky above the Heaven Man City, Ning Fan stood in the sky and slowly undid the reverse spirit technique. Using the reverse spirit technique and the heaven-peering rain technique at the same time put a huge burden on him. Moreover, he had to resist the power of the heaven-sealing technique of this world. He had already reached his limit and it was difficult for him to continue using this technique. He slowly undid the rain technique. At the last moment, he heard Venerable Miao Yan's cry for help. Venerable Miao Yan is now trapped in the ominous formation of the gate of death and is in trouble. Ning Fan's eyes were extremely solemn. The ominous formation that even Venerable Miao Yan could not deal with was naturally extremely dangerous. The sensible thing to do was not to save Miao Yan. Instead, he should think of another way to meet up with the other immortal venerables of the human race in order to protect himself. However, Ning Fan could tell that when Venerable Miao Yan uttered that cry for help, her qi was already weak. Obviously, her life was already in danger. She was not lying. She was trapped in the ominous formation and no one could save her. At the moment when she was about to die, she helplessly asked him for help. In the past, this lady had once helped him resist the 7 truths 7 illusions arrow. Even though she did not make any contribution, it could be considered as her good intention. Forget it. Whether I can save Miao Yan or not, I'll first go to that gate of death and take a look. Ning Fan descended back to the city wall of the Heaven Man City. As soon as he landed, he immediately activated his ability and made the entire broken continent fly into the sky, heading straight to a vermilion red gate of life. The broken continent was too heavy and heavy. Even if ordinary cultivators of the rising truth realm could make it fly, they would not be able to make it fly too fast. However, what kind of person was Ning Fan? He had learned the golden light from the ground before. He directly activated the golden light and blessed the entire continent. In this way, this ordinary-looking continent seemed to have turned into an extremely powerful escaping treasure. Its flying speed was actually not inferior to a acquired immortal treasure. Tong Er was shocked. Currently, she was still overestimating Ning Fan, thinking that he was originally at the mid-void shedding realm. She could not believe that a mid-void shedding realm old monster could make the entire continent fly at a speed comparable to a acquired immortal treasure. This kind of ability was almost comparable to an ancient immortal venerable. Immortal concubine Zhongyu became even more shocked. She was once an ancient immortal emperor who had experienced the 9th tribulation of eternity. Her eyesight was extremely sharp. Others might not be able to recognize those golden lights, but she could. Golden light from the ground. Isn't this the great ability that I had cultivated painstakingly for countless years in the past? Why is this brat also returning to it? Her beautiful face looked as if she had eaten a fly at this moment. She felt depressed and aggrieved. One should know that even a dignified 9 tribulations immortal emperor like her had spent millions of years of hard work and coincidences to cultivate the first flash of the golden light from the ground. As for Ning Fan, who was just at the mid-void shedding realm, he could actually use the golden light from the ground to such an extent. How could she accept this? She felt that it was unfair. If you want to balance your mind, I really can't do it. Suddenly, she seemed to have noticed something. Her mind instantly felt much better. She could vaguely tell that although the speed of Ning Fan's golden light had reached the speed of the first flash, it seemed like he had yet to truly cultivate the first flash. One should know that there was a phrase in the chant of the golden light from the ground, moving like 9 flashes. The 9 flashes represented the 9 levels of the golden light from the ground. TSK. So this brat has yet to truly cultivate the first flash of the golden light. He is still slightly inferior to me, immortal concubine Zhang Yu comforted herself. However, she did not know that she was standing right beside Ning Fan. Ning Fan had seen through all of her thoughts. Oh. There are actually 9 levels of the golden light from the ground? You seem to know quite a lot about the golden light from the ground. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly fell on immortal concubine Zhang Yu and gave her a seemingly harmless smile. However, this smile gave immortal concubine Zhang Yu goosebumps. She had a bad feeling about it. How about showing me the golden light from the ground? Ning Fan said with a faint smile. Are you kidding me? I'm already a broken god now. I can't use that level of ability anymore. If I use it forcefully, the backlash will be too great. Before immortal concubine Zhang Yu could finish her words, her body had already stepped on the golden light and walked forward step by step. Every step she took was like stepping on flowing water. The golden light under her feet was like circles of gentle water ripples. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu was speechless. Once again, she wanted to cry but no tears came out. She obviously did not want to show Ning Fan the golden light from the ground, but her body instinctively obeyed all of Ning Fan's orders. Your body is indeed more honest than your mouth. Ning Fan shook his head and held immortal concubine Zhang Yu's wrist. Of course, he would not let her take the risk of suffering a backlash to demonstrate it. When he saw the ripple-like golden light, he already had a hint of understanding in his heart. Chapter 893. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu was already a remnant soul. If she forcefully used the golden light great art, she would definitely suffer a severe backlash. She was unwilling to demonstrate this technique to Ning Fan. Unfortunately, she had already become Ning Fan's slave after being afflicted with the divine tribulation formation of the royal clan. Her body had completely submitted to Ning Fan and she could not control any of his commands. She stepped on the golden light, which flowed backward like flowing water. Every step she took increased the burden on her broken god body. Every step she took was indescribably mysterious. It was as if the entire world had turned into flowing water and flowed under her feet. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the golden light beneath her feet grew brighter and brighter. However, her face turned paler and paler. In her heart, she had already stabbed Ning Fan thousands of times. 8 steps, 9 steps, 10 steps, she almost turned into a golden rainbow and tore through the sky. The burden on her body was getting heavier and heavier. Damn it! This tribulation restriction is too powerful. It has complete control over my body. I can't stop. There was no way to stop this technique. I can't resist that little bastard's orders. If I take a few more steps, I will be severely injured by the backlash. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu gritted her teeth and was prepared to suffer a severe backlash. But just as the backlash was about to hit her, her ice-cold wrist suddenly heated up. She was held by a warm hand. With this grip, her forward momentum finally came to a halt, and she temporarily regained control of her body. At the same time, Ning Fan's teasing words reached her ears. Your body is indeed more honest than your mouth. Having her body touched by Ning Fan, immortal concubine Zhang Yu wanted to flare up. However, due to the restriction, she could not get angry at all. Ning Fan's words were too ambiguous. They were obviously teasing her. If this was in the past, any man who dared to tease her, immortal concubine Zhang Yu, would definitely be killed until not even their bones remained. However, due to the restriction of the tribulation, even if she was teased by Ning Fan, she could not recklessly kill him. Fuck. A 9 tribulation immortal emperor was being teased, yet she couldn't get angry. Nothing could make immortal concubine Zhang Yu more sullen. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu's eyes darkened. She wanted to turn around and glare at Ning Fan to express her anger. However, her body did not listen to her. She clearly wanted to glare at him, but her body went against her will and actually gave him a flirtatious look. Zhang Yu, immortal concubine. This was the first time she had winked at a man since ancient times. The first time. He could naturally tell that immortal concubine Zhang Yu's various illogical behaviors were all because of the calamity restriction. Tribulation sense was indeed a terrifying power. Even an expert like immortal concubine Zhang Yu could only become tribulation sense's slave once she was controlled by it. Forget it. You don't have to demonstrate this technique anymore. Step aside and tell me everything you know about this technique. Ning Fan's order made immortal concubine Zhang Yu complain in her heart. She was unwilling to tell Ning Fan everything she knew. However, she was also afraid that Ning Fan would ask her to show him the golden light again. After hesitating for a moment, she struggled to break free from Ning Fan's grip. Then, she stretched her palm forward and grabbed the air in front of her. Moonlight emerged from her palm and slowly condensed into a jade slip with the color of a moon. She reluctantly handed the jade slip to Ning Fan, as if she was spending money to get rid of a disaster. However, he snorted lightly in his heart. Even if Ning Fan obtained this jade slip, it would not be possible for him to comprehend the essence of the golden light, 9 death, in a short period of time. Ning Fan received the jade slip and briefly scanned through it. At first, his expression was still calm. However, as time went by, his expression gradually changed. The golden light was a lost divine ability from the ancient times. Within the 4 heavens, there were less than 10 people who knew this technique. Even in the ancient times, only 1 out of 100 immortal emperors could successfully cultivate this technique. Moreover, there were still 9 levels to this technique. Most of the ancient immortal emperors were stuck at the first level, unable to comprehend it. The first prerequisite to successfully cultivate this technique was to possess the bloodline of the divine, demon and devil races. It was naturally impossible for ordinary cultivators to possess different bloodlines at the same time. Therefore, they would need a fruit called ancient returning fruit to cultivate this technique. This kind of fruit could allow cultivators to possess several bloodlines without conflicting with each other. Thus, they would be qualified to cultivate the golden light. However, even if they consumed the ancient returning fruit, the additional bloodlines of the 2 races would be extremely weak. They would only be able to serve as subordinates and would not be of great use. The ancient returning fruit could only be found in the immortal region during the ancient times. Within the 4 heavens, perhaps only the 10 great secret clans would possess this kind of secret treasure. Ning Fan could not find the ancient returning fruit, but he did not need it either. He possessed the yin-yang locket and cultivated the yin-yang transformation. His body was able to accommodate different bloodlines. When cultivating this technique, he would naturally have a unique advantage compared to other cultivators who consumed the fruit. The second prerequisite to successfully cultivate this technique was to possess a level of comprehension that was beyond the reach of ordinary people. This was even less of a problem for Ning Fan, who had already opened the second gate of the celestial being realm. The only thing that moved Ning Fan was the 9 levels of the golden light. 9 passing. From the first passing to the 9th passing, there were a total of 9 levels. There was no special cultivation method. However, it could only be comprehended and passed down through word of mouth. When immortal concubine Zhang Yu was at her peak, she cultivated for millions of years before attaining the first passing. Her understanding of the golden light was not much deeper than Ning Fan's. As for Ning Fan, strictly speaking, he had only grasped the rudiments of the golden light. He had yet to truly master the first passing. However, with Ning Fan's level of comprehension, he could tell with just a glance that the word passing should be the complete key to cultivating the golden light. The image of immortal concubine Zhang Yu stepping on the flowing golden light appeared in his mind again and again. Ning Fan felt like he wanted to grasp something, but he couldn't understand it. Sure enough, it's not an easy ability to cultivate. Golden light moving like the nine passing, Ning Fan changed his hand seal. The golden light that enveloped the broken continent slowly turned into flowing water. The flowing water only had the form but not the essence. However, it had already increased the speed of the broken continent by a lot. Earth Devil and Iron Crow Daoist stood at the side, watching the scene of the broken continent flying at full speed. They were dumbfounded. When they were at their peak, they were once immortal venerables. However, even when they were at their peak, they didn't have the ability to make the broken continent fly like a postnatal immortal treasure. The four-eyed devil monarch could only sigh in admiration. He was at the peak of the crossing truth realm and his cultivation base was higher than Ning Fan's. However, he increasingly felt that he was not as good as Ning Fan. Fairy Cold Dance's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. The same splendor also appeared in the eyes of Lu Yen, Zhao Dai, and the other girls. The one who was the happiest was the immortal Loli. She chewed on the lightning pill heartlessly and kept urging Ning Fan to fly faster. In the heavenly barbarian city, countless mortals were shocked by Ning Fan's ability. Some of them even fell to the ground and worshipped Ning Fan as if he was a god. At the moment when those barbarians kowtowed to him, Ning Fan clearly felt some kind of power growing in his body. It was very little but it really existed. Is it the incense flame? Unfortunately, it's too little. Ning Fan bent his palm and waved it. Immediately, a trace of extremely faint white qi appeared in the center of his palm. That white qi was the incense flame that was produced by the people who kowtowed to him. He opened his mouth and swallowed a trace of the incense flame. Then, he continued to activate his ability, controlling the broken continent to fly into one of the life gates and kept moving forward. The purpose of this trip was to see if he could save Venerable Miao Yen. The death gate where Venerable Miao Yen was at was 69 life gates away from Ning Fan. Ning Fan flew at full speed. Every time he passed by a life gate, his expression would become heavier. Basically, all the life gates that he passed by had floating broken continents. On those broken continents, countless mortals had died in the calamity. This time, no one knew how many barbarians and mortals had died in the calamity that befell the desolate lands. Some of them were directly used as blood sacrifices. However, more of them were chased and slaughtered by wild beasts or directly torn into pieces by the void storms. Uncle, what have we barbarians done wrong? Why do we have to suffer this calamity? Uncle, Dai, suddenly feels that I'm so useless. Zhao Dai, stood on the city wall and looked at the broken continents that were floating in the distance. Her expression gradually turned gloomy. She bit her lips tightly and remained silent. However, Ning Fan could see the questions that she was constantly asking herself with his mind-reading technique. Many broken continents were filled with tragic scenes of corpses. Not a single living person could be seen. It made Zhao Dai's heart tighten uncomfortably. Her dream was to become a great barbarian monk who would protect the barbarians. However, when the calamity arrived, she was so weak and powerless to protect anyone at all. If it wasn't for Ning Fan, perhaps even she would die. Ning Fan was also silent. He did not know how to comfort Zhao Dai. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He saw that there was actually a city on one of the broken continents. In that city, there were only a few hundred people who were still alive. They were protected by a blood-red light screen, struggling to resist the void storms that were tearing them apart. That's the ability that the barbarian monk displayed by sacrificing his life using the power of the living beings. Zhao Dai's heart tightened again. Even though these few hundred people were still alive, they would still die when the energy of the blood-red light screen was depleted soon. As for the barbarian monk who sacrificed his life to save them, he was already dead and would never come back. Uncle, can you save them? Zhao Dai pleaded with him in a low voice. All right. Ning Fan did not say anything else. He just flicked his sleeve and directly drew the few hundred survivors to him from afar, keeping them in the heavenly barbarian city. As soon as the barbarians who were saved heard that Ning Fan was the one who saved them, they immediately kowtowed to Ning Fan, who was standing on the city wall. Each of them shed tears of gratitude. They were grateful to Ning Fan for saving their lives, and their hearts were filled with sincerity. However, this sincere kowtow immediately turned into incense flames. Even though it was just a trace of it, it was transmitted to Ning Fan's hands. This trace of incense flame could be divided into hundreds of fine threads. It was formed by the kowtows of hundreds of people. It was extremely weak and useless to Ning Fan. Among the hundreds of fine threads, there was actually one that was blood-red in color. That trace of blood-red incense flame could not be devoured by Ning Fan. However, the incense flame power it contained was 1,000 times stronger than ordinary incense flames. Incense flames could not only be used for cultivation but also to display abilities. This blood-red incense flame could not be devoured, or could it be used to display abilities. However, Ning Fan did not know what use it had. It's actually the incense flame of slaughter. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu was standing beside Ning Fan. She caught a glimpse of the blood-red incense flame in Ning Fan's hand. She muttered to herself in her heart. She did not say it out loud, but Ning Fan managed to read her thoughts with his mind-reading technique. Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned cold. It was his first time seeing the incense flame of slaughter. However, he had already heard of this kind of incense flame before. When Ning Fan stayed in the slaughter palace, he had once seen the records of this incense flame in the palace. If it's an ordinary incense flame, it would be born from faith. This incense flame of slaughter, on the other hand, was born from hatred. The incense flame of slaughter couldn't increase a cultivator's cultivation base. It only had one use, and that was to kill people. Moreover, it must be a special group of people that was designated by the incense flame. Ning Fan held the incense flame of slaughter in his hand and sensed it. He could identify the person who produced this incense flame. It was a frail young man who was about 23 or 24 years old. He was kneeling in front of the city. After being rescued, there were no tears of gratitude in his eyes. Instead, there was only grief, anger, and hatred. That hatred was not directed at Ning Fan but the person who caused him to end up like this. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and brought the young man to his front. His eyes swept across the young man's body. The young man was naturally terrified. He was afraid of Ning Fan's powerful abilities. As soon as he came close to Ning Fan, he did not dare to lift his head to look at Ning Fan. He knelt on the ground and shivered. "Do you have hatred in your heart?" Ning Fan asked indifferently. "No, no." The young man was so scared that he could not even speak properly. "I want to hear the truth." Ning Fan's tone was still indifferent, but it gave the young man a heavy sense of oppression. It was as if he had to tell the truth if Ning Fan wanted to hear the truth. The frail young man no longer dared to hide anything. He suddenly raised his head and glared at the sky with hatred. He hated the unfairness of the man-heaven. He hated the calamity of the heaven and earth. He hated the person who caused him to end up like this. In reply to Immortal Master's question, I do have hatred in my heart. I hate the man-heaven for being unjust and taking the lives of my family. My mother was 62 years old. She had been kind to people all her life. However, the heaven made her die in the mouth of a wild beast. My son was just 3 years old, but he was torn into pieces by a black gust of wind in front of me. Immortal Master's divine power is unparalleled. I beg Immortal Master to avenge me and the countless barbarians. When the frail young man reached this point, he finally shed tears and kowtowed to Ning Fan continuously. There was hatred in his heart. He hated the person who sacrificed the people of the man-heaven to create the incense flame of slaughter. As for this trace of incense flame of slaughter, it could only be used to kill the people of the man-heaven. You can leave now. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and sent the young man back to the city. He did not mention anything about avenging him at all. The people that the young man hated were the two immortal venerables of the demon race who sacrificed the people of the man heaven and earth. Ning Fan knew that he did not have the ability to avenge him. Thus, he would not simply agree to it. He opened his mouth and swallowed a trace of the incense flame of slaughter. Then, he sighed softly and continued to move the broken continent forward. Along the way, he would occasionally meet some survivors who were protected by the barbarian monks. There were either hundreds or thousands of survivors. Ning Fan had just passed through the first gate of life. However, he had saved nearly 10,000 barbarians along the way. Every time these barbarians who were saved kowtowed to Ning Fan to express their gratitude, they would produce incense flame. Most of them believed in the incense flame of slaughter. However, there were also a few who were like the frail young man who used the incense flame of slaughter. Those who produced the incense flame of slaughter also hated the man heaven and the murderers who sacrificed the people of the man heaven. There were still some people who begged Ning Fan to avenge the barbarians. Facing these people, Ning Fan could only remain silent. The scene in front of him reminded him of Gusu City. That year, he had also dyed the blood of a group of cultivators in the external endless sea for the sake of the mortals in Gusu City. Today, however, he could not do that. It was because the other party's strength was too strong. He was not someone he could fight against. In the second gate of life, Ning Fan saved 30,000 mortals and obtained 42 traces of the incense flame of slaughter. In the third gate of life, Ning Fan saved 20,000 mortals and obtained 29 traces of the incense flame of slaughter. There were also the fourth, fifth and sixth gates of life. Every time his magic power ran out, Ning Fan would swallow the spiritual items of the five elements and use the great five elements body to replenish his magic power. As time went by, the number of refugees in the Heaven Barbarian City increased. They almost filled the streets. Every time Ning Fan saved a new refugee, there would be countless people who would sincerely kowtow to him to thank him for saving their lives. To these mortals, the blood sacrifice of the desolate world was like an apocalypse. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was the savior who brought them away from the apocalypse. In the past, the barbarians worshipped the barbarian ancestor. They believed that the barbarian ancestor would protect them. Today, however, as the desolate world crumbled, their faith also crumbled. In the hearts of these people, Ning Fan was more worthy of their faith and respect than the barbarian ancestor. There were nearly 1 million barbarians in the city. The number of incense flame of slaughter in Ning Fan's hands was also close to 1,000 traces. Unfortunately, these 1,000 traces of incense flame of slaughter were only produced by the mortals' kowtows. Moreover, they had only been around for a short period of time. Thus, their power was extremely weak. Thus, they were not very useful at all. Ning Fan had read some ancient records of the Slaughter Palace. He remembered that those records mentioned that the incense flame of slaughter could only be used with the help of a weapon spirit. He transmitted a few words to the few small sword spirits in the sword pouch. Then, he sent nearly 1,000 traces of incense flame into the sword pouch. A moment later, a small incense flame sword that was only an inch long suddenly flew out from the sword pouch. This sword had gathered 1,000 traces of incense flame of slaughter. Its power was only enough to kill a second or third level vein opening realm cultivator. It was too weak. Ning Fan naturally would not pay too much attention to the power of this sword. However, the chi of this sword gave him a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen a similar incense flame sword somewhere before. All of a sudden, Ning Fan recalled the ancient sealing sword that he had seen in the blood prison of the Slaughter Palace. Vaguely, he felt that the incense flame sword in his hand was somewhat similar to the ancient sealing sword. Could it be that the ancient sealing sword was also condensed from the incense flame of slaughter? Ning Fan guessed in his heart. If he followed this train of thought, perhaps the word slaughter in the Slaughter Palace was closely related to the incense flame of slaughter. Ning Fan carefully looked at the small incense flame sword. Although he looked down on the power of this small sword, he felt that this sword was quite mysterious to a certain extent. If there were enough incense flame, the 5 little sword spirits might be able to condense an incense flame sword that could kill a true immortal. Ning Fan swallowed the inch-long incense flame sword and activated his divine ability. He controlled the broken continent and flew into the 34th world of the Gate of Life. Along the way, Ning Fan and his group did not encounter any cultivators. Other than the lucky mortals, there were only a few barbarian beasts. However, as soon as they entered the world of the Gate of Life, Ning Fan immediately sensed the chi of no less than 1,000 cultivators. Far away, there were more than 1,000 cultivators fleeing in panic. As soon as they saw the astounding speed of the broken continent, they immediately flew towards it. Moreover, there were also many sound-transmitting flying swords flying towards them. Every single one of those sound-transmitting flying swords was asking for help. Those people could sense the strong chi of a powerful human cultivator from the flying golden light of the broken continent. Which human senior is here? Please save us. Among the 1,000 cultivators, the one with the highest cultivation base was just Du Zhen. Due to the suppression of the forbidden immortal realm, he could only display the strength of a ghost profound realm cultivator. Behind this group of cultivators were tens of thousands of barbarian beasts. Among them, there were 2 early void-shedding wild beasts. In front of those barbarian beasts, there were 4 demon cultivators who were acting as the commanders. When the 4 demon cultivators saw the aura of the flying golden light of the broken continent, they were shocked. They thought that they had encountered a powerful human cultivator. Immediately, they slowed down their speed to observe the situation. Taking advantage of the slowed speed of the army of barbarian beasts, more than 1,000 cultivators directly landed on the broken continent without being invited. When they saw that there were also more than 4,000 barbarian beasts crawling on the continent, the cultivators were shocked. However, when they saw the beasts crawling on the ground and Ning Fan who was activating the golden light ability on the city walls, they felt relieved and went straight to the heavenly barbarian city. From their point of view, the reason why these barbarian beasts were crawling on the ground was probably because they were restrained by Ning Fan's great ability. Thus, there was nothing to be afraid of. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly grim when he saw these uninvited cultivators. However, he did not say anything. He just ordered them to stay with Tong Er and the other cultivators and told them not to wander around the heavenly barbarian city. His eyes did not even look at the 4 demon cultivators and tens of thousands of barbarian beasts. He controlled the broken continent and changed its direction. He did not have the intention to fight those people. He was in a hurry to rescue venerated Miao Yen. Thus, he naturally did not want to waste time here. The 4 demon cultivators who were controlling the army of barbarian beasts were not at the true nascent soul realm. Currently, they could only display the strength of a ghost profound realm cultivator. Thus, they were naturally not a threat to him. However, Ning Fan could sense the marks left by other demon cultivators on the bodies of these 4 demons. Presumably, if he kills these 4 demons, other demon cultivators would immediately come to his aid. He naturally did not want to be entangled by too many demon cultivators. As soon as they saw Ning Fan change his direction and escape without a fight, the 4 demons looked down on him because of that. This man is certainly not a powerful being of the human race for running away without a fight. There might be other reasons why this broken continent can travel through the ground so quickly. There's nothing to fear about this man. Kill. The 4 demons immediately gave an order, ordering the 10,000 barbarian beasts to fly in a formation and block Ning Fan's path. The beasts roared and rushed towards the broken continent ferociously. Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned cold. He did not want to waste time with these 4 demons. However, these 4 demons thought that he was weak and easy to bully. Kill. Ning Fan also shouted the word, kill. The 4,000 barbarian beasts that were crawling outside the heavenly barbarian city immediately soared into the sky and charged towards the enemies. As for Ning Fan himself, he turned into a ray of red light and dashed through the densely packed group of beasts. He directly charged towards one of the 4 demons. Mid-Duzhan realm. When this person was at his peak, he was only a void being. The 4 demons smiled coldly. If Ning Fan only had this level of cultivation base, he would probably be surrounded and killed by the beasts immediately if he rushed into the crowd recklessly. The 1,000 plus cultivators who had just arrived at the heavenly barbarian city were also disappointed. If Ning Fan only had this level of cultivation base, it would probably be difficult for him to fight against 10,000 barbarian beasts. The 4 demons were sneering while hiding behind the barbarian beasts. Suddenly, the golden light beneath Ning Fan's feet dispersed like water and disappeared without a trace. Almost at the same time, the 4 demons' vision blurred. Each of them had an afterimage of a red light. That red light was the remnant of Ning Fan appearing in front of them one after another at a speed that was beyond their eyesight. At the moment when the red light approached them, the 4 demons felt a sharp pain in their dantian. Their dantian was pierced by someone's hand and their demon souls were pulled out. They did not even have the time to scream. After capturing the demon souls of the 4 demons, Ning Fan immediately became a must-kill enemy for the 10,000 barbarian beasts. The 4 demons had blood seals on them. They were equivalent to the masters of these 10,000 barbarian beasts. When their masters were in trouble, these barbarian beasts naturally wanted to kill Ning Fan to save their masters. Thus, they immediately rushed towards him like a tidal wave. If you're sensible, quickly release my demon soul. Otherwise, these barbarian beasts will definitely kill you to avenge me. The leader of the 4 demons mustered up his courage and threatened Ning Fan. When his threat fell into Ning Fan's ears, it immediately made him reveal a cold smile that hid his devil nature. He raised his hand and extracted the blood seals from the bodies of the 4 demons. Ning Fan's cold gaze caused the 10,000 barbarian beasts who wanted to kill Ning Fan to tremble. All of them withdrew their killing intent and crawled on the clouds like little puppies. How is this possible? The 4 demons were shocked. They did not expect that Ning Fan could actually extract the blood seals from their bodies and control the barbarian beasts that they brought with them. The demon cultivator who threatened Ning Fan just now was trembling in fear. Without the help of the army of barbarian beasts, they could not afford to offend an old monster at Ning Fan's level. Just as the 4 demons wanted to say something to beg for mercy, they were already killed by Ning Fan after he searched their souls and killed them before they could say anything. After keeping the storage pouches of the 4 demons, Ning Fan's body flashed and turned into a ray of red light, flying back to the city wall. Behind him, there were a total of 14,000 barbarian beasts. They were still fighting each other just now. Now, however, they seemed to have become one and flew to the outskirts of the heavenly barbarian city in unison. At this moment, there were already 3 shedding space barbarian beasts that Ning Fan could control. Is this senior really just a shedding space barbarian beast? He actually managed to tame 10,000 barbarian beasts in an instant. The expressions of the 1,000 or so cultivators who were saved by Ning Fan changed drastically. Ning Fan, however, did not care about them. He just ordered them to meditate on the spot and continued to move the broken continent forward. His expression was slightly solemn. From the memories of the 4 demons, he learned that one of them was the descendant of the broken sense realm of a demon race. The broken sense realm of that demon race was not far away from his current position. He was leading an army of 200,000 barbarian beasts. If he were to be targeted by those people, it would be troublesome. However, if those demon cultivators were to attack him, Ning Fan was not afraid. A few worlds away, a massive demon ship was floating in a world of the Gate of Life. There were a few thousand demon cultivators on this demon ship. The strongest among them was at the mid-thought fragmentation realm. Under the suppression of the immortal forbidding power, this demon could only display the strength of a mid-shedding space barbarian beast. Around the demon ship were a large number of barbarian beasts. There were actually 200,000 of them. This demon has sent out 1,000 troops to explore the way. The route to the nearby life gate has been basically figured out. On the bow of the demon ship, a grey-robed old man with dragon horns suddenly changed his expression, revealing his killing intent. His name was Xian Jia, and he was an elder of the true dragon clan. He had a disciple who was currently slaughtering human cultivators in another realm. That disciple's life tablet had just shattered. You dare to kill this demon's disciple? You're courting death. Xian Jia was so angry that he laughed. He valued that disciple very much and had fed him the death-chasing pill that he had personally refined. The death-chasing pill's grade was not high, it was only rank 8, he could not sense the killer's identity. But he could use the death-chasing pill to confirm one thing. The killer had intentionally or unintentionally released the aura of the human race. My disciple has tens of thousands of savage beasts following him. If that person can kill my disciple, then he must be at least at the shedding void realm. When he was at his peak, he was most likely a thought shatterer. It can't be a human immortal venerable. If it was an immortal venerable, the 8 revolutions death-chasing pill wouldn't be able to sense anything. Human clan's fragmentary thoughts. Good, good. Killing this person is a great merit. Xian Jia sneered and directly ordered the demon ship to chase after Ning Fan's realm. Behind the demon ship was an army of 200,000 barbarian beasts which were filled with killing intent. Chapter 894. Ordinary savage beasts were already the size of small mountains. The scene of 200,000 savage beasts charging straight at them was enough to shock everyone. Among the 200,000 savage beasts, there were 42 void-shedding savage beasts. Even a thought fragmentation realm old monster at his peak would be fearful of such an army of ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, the entire wild broken world was filled with a power that forbade immortals. Under the suppression of the power, even a peak thought fragmentation realm old monster could only exert the strength of a void-shedding savage beast. If they encounter such an army, they would probably have to flee. Other than the 2 immortal venerables of the human race, there was probably no powerful being in this world who would dare to face this army of 200,000 savage beasts head-on. It was because of this army that Xian Jia had the confidence to give the order to chase after Ning Fan without asking about the cause and effect. With his army, he was naturally not afraid of anyone below the immortal venerables of the human race. How dare you kill my disciple? Even if you are a human thought fragmentation realm cultivator, you must die today. Xian Jia let out a cold snort. He stood at the bow of the demon ship with his hands behind his back and commanded the ship to pass through the life gates, heading straight to the world where Ning Fan was. The world where he and Ning Fan were at were only 6 worlds apart. He had basically figured out the route of this place. Thus, he was not afraid that he would accidentally enter the death gate along the way. The only problem was that the speed of the 200,000 savage beasts varied. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the demon ship to travel at a fast speed while carrying 200,000 savage beasts. It would probably not be easy to catch up with Ning Fan with this speed. Space-penetrating stone, appear. Xian Jia stood at the bow of the demon ship with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed at the deck. With a loud bang, a huge stone that was 100 zhang tall fell from the side of the ship out of nowhere. That huge stone looked like obsidian rock, but it was actually a type of rare demon or called the space-penetrating stone. After being refined by Xian Jia with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, its hardness was close to that of a 10th nirvana post-celestial immortal treasure. Dark red stone spots could be seen everywhere on the body of the stone. They were like the blood stains of a great demon and were emitting billowing demonic chi. This stone was found by Xian Jia by chance. It had the power of breaking space and was suitable to be used to refine flying magic treasures. Of course, some cultivators who cultivated certain secret techniques could also directly extract the power of breaking space from the space-penetrating stone and use it to cultivate flying magic treasures. Xing's original intention was to carefully refine this item before refining it into a treasure. Now that he took out the stone, it had many uses. As soon as the boulder landed on the bow of the ship, it immediately rolled out layers of black fog and dispersed in all directions. The black mist had the ability to block divine sense. First, it enveloped the demonic ship, then the surrounding 200,000 savage beasts. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that there were so many savage beasts inside the black mist. From afar, the black mist looked like a huge dark cloud blooming in the sky. The shape of the dark cloud resembled a coiling dragon. Above the dark clouds, the power of breaking through space constantly surged. In a flash, it was infinitely close to the speed of a thought-shattering cultivator. It broke through the sky with shocking momentum. Under the dark clouds, a demonic rainbow suddenly flew out and stood on top of the clouds. It was Xing. Xing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with killing intent. With the help of the space-piercing stone, even if I'm carrying 200,000 savage beasts, my speed can still reach the thought-shattering realm. The ones who killed my disciple are not immortal venerables. They must be suppressed by the power of the forbidden immortal realm and their speed will be limited. They won't be able to escape from my pursuit. In just slightly more than an hour, Xing had already passed through 6 worlds of the Life Gate and arrived at the world where Ning Fan killed his disciple. Naturally, there was no sign of Ning Fan and the others in this world. Above the void space, there were still many life gates and death gates that densely covered the vast sky. Xing performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers, activating a secret sensing technique. He tried to sense the chi of Ning Fan and the others from these life gates so that he could track them. If Ning Fan traveled alone, he would not leave any trace of his chi due to his various techniques. Even an ancient immortal venerable would have a hard time tracking him down. However, Ning Fan had brought too many barbarians, cultivators and savage beasts along the way. As a result, he left behind a large amount of chi along the way, which gave Xing the possibility of tracking him down. In just 10 breaths, Xing determined the escape route of Ning Fan and the others. However, the result of his sensing technique made him slightly surprised. In his senses, the murderer who killed his disciple was not a single person but a group of people. There were a lot of chi left behind by those people and they were rather messy, making Xing unable to determine which one of them was the one who killed his disciple. What surprised him even more was that the group of people had a large number of people but their speed was also extremely fast. It seemed like they had some kind of extraordinary flying magic treasure. Even though their speed was slower than when he used the void-piercing stone, it was not much slower. He passed through 6 worlds of the life gates and chased after them. However, that group of people also passed through 4 worlds of the life gates and fled into the distance. Humph. You guys sure are fast. Unfortunately, you guys won't be able to escape. Xing performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers. The demonic chi around his body surged and he stomped on the ground forcefully. As he stomped on the ground, the dark cloud beneath his feet let out a series of rumbling sounds. His flying speed actually became slightly faster. After he identified the life gate, he controlled the dark cloud and crossed the void space again, chasing after Ning Fan. However, Xing did not notice that when he passed through the life gate on the dark cloud, there was a trace of demon spiritual power that was deeply hidden at the life gate that sensed him. After killing the 4 demons, the army of wild beasts under Ning Fan's command immediately expanded to 14,000 beasts. With so many wild beasts prostrating outside the heavenly barbarian city, the scene was naturally extremely shocking. After killing the 4 demons, Ning Fan sped towards the place where venerated Miao Yen was at and passed through 4 worlds of the life gates. Along the way, he saved more than 100,000 barbarians and thousands of cultivators who had fallen into misfortune. Most of the cultivators who were saved were just below the life immortal realm. Occasionally, there were a few old monster Du Zhen who were saved. All of them were extremely respectful towards Ning Fan. In the eyes of these cultivators, Ning Fan was a mid-shedding void realm expert. After all, he still maintained his mid-crossing truth realm cultivation base after suppressing his cultivation base. In the past 4 days, every single old monster Shikong was an expert whose name shook the entire region. Naturally, no one dared to underestimate Ning Fan. After witnessing the scene of Ning Fan controlling the broken piece of land and flying across the sky, the crowd of cultivators became even more respectful towards him. Each of the cultivators gradually felt more respect for Ning Fan. That respect gradually turned into traces of Joss flame power and flowed into Ning Fan's body. The Joss flame power of a cultivator was certainly thousands of times stronger than that of a mortal. Unfortunately, it was still insignificant to Ning Fan. Joss flame is one of the most important methods for second-step cultivators to increase their cultivation base. However, it's not easy to collect a sufficient amount of it. Moreover, as my cultivation base increases, the effect of the Joss flame will gradually weaken. I once seized the Joss flame of the Yao family's ancestor Shikong by force. That Joss flame directly raised my cultivation base from the early human profound realm to the peak human profound realm. After that, I stole the Joss flame of the flowing sand ancestor for 9 million years. The flowing sand ancestor was also a Shikong. However, his Joss flame no longer has such great effect. Now that I'm already at the mid-crossing truth realm, I'm afraid the effect of the Joss flame has become even more insignificant. I'm afraid this demon puppet won't be of much use anymore. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the Joss flame demon puppet. He glanced at it and sighed slightly. Due to the severe damage to the puppet, it could only seize the Joss flame of a Duzhen cultivator if it seized the Joss flame of a living person. If it seized the Joss flame of a dead person, it could only seize the Joss flame of a void cultivator. Whether it was Du Zhen or Shikong, the Joss flame of these people was of little use to him given his current cultivation base. While he was pondering while looking at the demon puppet, his face suddenly darkened and he kept the puppet. After killing the 4 demons, in order to prevent other demon cultivators from chasing after him, Ning Fan left behind a trace of demon spiritual force every time he passed through a life gate. Just now, he clearly sensed that there was a large group of experts chasing after him. There were thousands of demon cultivators and 200,000 savage beasts. Among those savage beasts, there were 42 Shikong wild beasts. The one leading the group of savage beasts was a mid-thought fragmentation realm demon cultivator. Although he was being suppressed by the forbidden immortal force, his abilities were still shocking. As expected, I'm still being targeted. That thought fragmentation realm demon cultivator is obviously traveling with an army of 200,000 savage beasts. His speed should be slow, but he seems to have some kind of secret treasure that allows him to travel at an unusually fast speed. In terms of speed, I'm actually slower than him. Ning Fan was not arrogant enough to fight against 200,000 savage beasts with his own strength. Even though he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves, it was still very dangerous to face such a large army. His eyes turned solemn. He activated the reverse spirit technique and covered the entire broken continent, trying to hide its chi and prevent Xian Jia from tracking him. Then, he took out more spiritual items of the 5 elements and swallowed them. Despite the risk of suffering a slight backlash, he managed to increase the speed of the broken continent by 30%. Forcefully increasing his speed naturally put a great burden on Ning Fan. His face turned slightly pale. His face was covered by the ghost mask. Others naturally could not see his face that was gradually turning pale. However, those who were close to him could hear his breathing that was gradually becoming chaotic. Could it be that something has happened? Otherwise, given how cunning this little thief is, why would he be willing to sacrifice himself to forcefully increase his speed? Immortal concubine Zhongyu, who was standing at the side, cursed inwardly. However, her pretty face wore a fake smile that was like a spring breeze. Ning Fan ignored Zhang Yu. He just controlled the broken continent and sped along the way. When he came across barbarians who were in trouble again, he directly flicked his sleeves and sent them into the heavenly barbarian city without stopping. Xian Jia, who was chasing after them all the way, suddenly frowned. His secret technique had lost the ability to sense Ning Fan and the others. After a slight frown, Xian Jia took out a bugle horn that was made of dragon horns and blew it. The sound waves of the bugle first spread out in all directions. Then, it suddenly condensed in a certain direction. That direction was exactly the direction where Ning Fan and the others were escaping. This bugle horn was Xian Jia's Dao weapon. Even though its destructive power was not strong, its tracking ability was extremely powerful. If Ning Fan was alone, Xian Jia would certainly not be able to sense his location by activating the reverse spirit technique to conceal his qi. However, Ning Fan needed to conceal too much of his qi. As soon as the power of the reverse spirit technique dispersed, Xian Jia still managed to capture a trace of it. It was futile for him to conceal his qi and flee. However, Xian Jia then realized that Ning Fan and the others' speed had increased by 30%. It was almost as fast as his current speed. In this way, even though he could determine Ning Fan's direction, it would not be easy for him to catch up to them. You can increase your speed, but so can I. You can't escape from me. Xian Jia smiled coldly. With a shake of his body, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 4 and 4 gave birth to 8. In an instant, there were 8 of them. 8 identical grey-robed dragon demons occupied 8 different positions in the dark clouds and activated their abilities at the same time. The power of the void-piercing stone within the dark clouds had also increased by 10%. Its speed had also increased tremendously. As a result, Xian Jia's speed became slightly faster than Ning Fan's. The distance between them continued to shrink. 2 hours later, they were only 3 world surfaces away from each other. 4 hours later, they were only 2 world surfaces away from each other. 6 hours later, the 2 sides were only separated by a single realm. Xian Jia, on the other hand, was not happy but worried instead. His expression became increasingly solemn. He had overused the void-piercing stone a little too much. Its speed was beginning to decrease. Everything about this void-piercing stone was good except for a little flaw. This stone seemed to have been tainted by some kind of powerful demon blood. Every time it is used, it could not be used for more than 8 hours. Once it exceeds 8 hours, the power of the void-piercing stone would be depleted bit by bit and it would take a long time to recover. Even though he was getting closer to Ning Fan now, once the power of the void-piercing stone is depleted, it would be impossible for him to catch up with Ning Fan's speed. Fortunately, I have the lightning-capturing banner that Venerable Ao Xian had given me. With this treasure, I can forcefully capture a person's primordial spirit into the banner within 1 world. As long as the other party's current cultivation base does not exceed the thought fragmentation realm, they won't be able to resist the might of this banner. Xian Jia raised his hand and pointed at the void in front of him. Poisonous mist immediately appeared in the void and a green banner fluttered in the air. Xian Jia held the green banner in his hand and waved at the void in front of him. Immediately, a huge dark green hand appeared in the void. It tore the void apart and grabbed at Ning Fan. Outside 1 world, Ning Fan could clearly sense that the other party was getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, he had already crossed more than 50 world surfaces of the life gate. There were still more than 10 world surfaces between him and the place where Venerable Miao Yen was. With the help of his rain technique, Ning Fan could vaguely sense that most of the worlds in front of him were empty. There were not many powerful wild beasts lurking around. However, behind him, there was an army of 200,000 wild beasts chasing after him. This demon is too close to me. If I'm alone, it'll be easy to shake him off. But now, Ning Fan's gaze swept across the immortal Loli and Zhao Dai, who were standing on the city wall. Then, his gaze swept across the mortals in the city who were wearing miserable expressions. A great calamity was about to befall him. Whether it was the immortal Loli, Zhao Dai, or the mortals in the city, all of them were burdens to him. A wise move was naturally to abandon all burdens and seek self-preservation. However, cultivating the Tao was originally going against the heavens. If one only seeks to be wise in everything and only seeks self-preservation, what's the point of cultivating the Tao? If I continue to run like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. While Ning Fan was muttering to himself, his expression suddenly changed and he turned his head. The sky behind him suddenly tore open a void crack. Then, a huge dark green hand whizzed out of that crack. Its demonic chi soared into the sky and it directly grabbed at Ning Fan's head. That huge hand did not have a physical form. However, it seemed to be able to directly grab a cultivator's primordial spirit from a distance. Before that huge hand even got close to him, it already made Ning Fan's primordial spirit feel a tearing pain, as if it was about to be crushed. If that huge hand gets close to him, it would probably tear his dantian apart and forcefully pull his primordial spirit out. It's actually a treasure that specializes in primordial spirit. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Without saying a word, he wanted to break his body to escape. In this way, even if he was caught by that huge hand, it would at most leave some injuries. His primordial spirit would not be directly pulled out. He was not afraid of that huge dark green hand, but the immortal Loli did not know about it. In this place, only the immortal Loli, immortal concubine Zhongyu, Earth Devil and Taiyak could react to the green hand's attack at the same time as Ning Fan. Among the four of them, only the immortal Loli subconsciously rushed forward and stood in front of Ning Fan as soon as she saw that Ning Fan was injured. "Don't hurt my father." The immortal Loli's eyes flashed with rolling lightning. She was angry because someone actually dared to sneak an attack on Ning Fan. Along with her anger, the lightning slowly broke through the suppression of the forbidden immortal force. It turned into sizzling lightning and condensed in her palm. She raised her small hand and the lightning power immediately turned into layers of barriers. They stood in front of the huge hand like a fortress, trying to stop it from moving forward. Unfortunately, even if the immortal Loli broke through the suppression of the forbidden immortal force, she could only display the strength of the mid-shedding void realm. As for that huge dark green hand, it was not something that she could resist at the moment. It directly passed through the lightning barrier and in a flash, it had already grabbed her shoulder. Then, it ruthlessly tore it apart. After that attack, the huge dark green hand immediately disappeared in front of everyone. The crack in the void also immediately closed up. With just a tear, a large piece of flesh was torn off from her left collarbone. Blood immediately dyed her dress red. What was worse was that her primordial spirit, which was originally scattered into lightning power, was directly pulled out from her body and disappeared along with the huge dark green hand. After losing her primordial spirit, her small body directly fainted on the ground. Her small face was pale and her eyelids were tightly shut. She fell backwards and Ning Fan caught her and held her in his arms. At the moment when she closed her eyes, she could only say one last sentence. "Father, be careful." She was obviously not Ning Fan's real daughter, but when she saw that Ning Fan was in danger, she was the first one to protect him. She had blocked the attack for Ning Fan, but this attack had directly captured her primordial spirit. But before she fainted, the only thing she was concerned about was Ning Fan. Xian Jia had captured the primordial spirit of the immortal Loli. To a second-step cultivator, the physical body could be destroyed, but the primordial spirit must never be destroyed. Ning Fan's heart was filled with anger because of Xian Jia's plotting against him, but more than that, he was shocked, guilty and blamed himself. When he was still considering whether to abandon the immortal Loli and the others, the immortal Loli had heartlessly treated him as her father, a relative, and blocked the attack for him without any hesitation. if Ning Fan was still thinking about how to avoid the confrontation with Xian Jia before this, he only had one thought now. He wanted to find Xian Jia and take back the primordial spirit of the immortal Loli. Ning Fan's eyes were still as calm as water, but those who knew him well could see that under that calmness, there was already a shocking killing intent. He suddenly stood up without saying a word, but the red light of tribulation sense around his body was like a burning red cloud, lighting up the dark void in a split second. He tried to retreat, but Xian Jia insisted on chasing after him and even launched a sneak attack. Since that was the case, why should he run and hide anymore? Lu Yan, carry Xian and wait for my return. Zhang Yu, use the golden light to bring this continent to this world. I will meet up with all of you later. If you are injured by the backlash, I will owe you. Earth Devil, Iron Crow. When I am not here, the two of you must protect this city with all your might. Ning Fan passed the immortal Loli's body to Lu Yan. After giving the order, he carved a jade slip with a map and passed it to immortal concubine Zhang Yu. After that, he did not explain much to the others. He directly turned into a ray of red light that shot up into the sky and dashed away. He actually returned to where he came from. At the same time when he left, the 14,000 wild beasts that were hibernating on the ground also soared into the sky and chased after Ning Fan. These wild beasts were directly connected to the forbidden blood in Ning Fan's body. They seemed to be able to sense the anger that Ning Fan was suppressing under his calmness. All of them roared. Both Lu Yan and Zhao Dai were stunned. Just like the others, they had yet to recover from the sudden change. Even immortal concubine Zhang Yu was a little confused about the situation. She was the only one who could see that there were people chasing after them. From how Ning Fan desperately tried to escape, she could tell that those enemies must be very strong and dangerous. She could also tell that the immortal Loli's primordial spirit seemed to have been taken away by the enemies due to the sneak attack just now. However, she found it hard to believe that Ning Fan would actually face the powerful enemies who were chasing after them alone just to take back the primordial spirit of a little girl. Was this still the treacherous and wretched little thief that she knew of when he acted so recklessly? What was even more hateful was that Ning Fan seemed to have given her an order to use the soaring golden light to control the broken continent to move forward even if she was injured from the backlash. What was even more hateful was that her body was loyal to all of Ning Fan's orders. There was no way she could disobey him at all. The immortal Loli, who was also confused about the situation, she remembered that she was anxious to protect Ning Fan and blocked an attack for him. She should have fainted. However, she did not know why her primordial spirit had actually left her body and was imprisoned in a magic treasure space. This magic treasure space was obviously filled with the power of imprisonment. However, to her tiny primordial spirit, it actually could not restrict it at all. At this moment, the immortal Loli's primordial spirit was actually pure gold in color. It was surrounded by an extremely dense protective Emperor Qi. Emperor Qi. The Emperor Qi of an immortal emperor. Her primordial spirit was obviously the primordial spirit of an immortal emperor. As for the primordial spirit of an immortal emperor, even Sen Luo had to use all of his samsara power to destroy it. Thus, a mere lightning capturing banner naturally could not trap her primordial spirit. She could not understand this point with her current chaotic memories. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Where is this place? Where is Daddy? The immortal Loli looked around curiously like a baby and suddenly smiled. She had actually found a sea of lightning power in this place. She did not know that she had already been imprisoned in the lightning-capturing banner. The lightning-capturing banner was a secret treasure of the Tao of Lightning. It specialized in attacking one's primordial spirit. Within the magic treasure space, there was a sea of lightning. It was the source of the lightning-capturing banner's power. There are so many lightning bolts. They seem delicious. Saliva flowed down from the corner of her mouth. She did not realize that she had already made a decision. She would first eat her fill in this sea of lightning before going to find her father. Compared to her father, Ning Fan, eating her fill was obviously more exciting for her. Xinjia's expression was very ugly. He activated the lightning-capturing banner. Originally, his target was Ning Fan, who was controlling the broken continent. However, he did not expect that he would actually capture the primordial spirit of an inexplicable little girl. Before he had the time to investigate the origin of the little girl, the lightning power in the lightning-capturing banner suddenly decreased and he gradually lost the connection between it and his mind. As a result, Xinjia could not check the magic treasure space of the lightning-capturing banner at all. He could not see what he had captured. If he saw the scene in the lightning-capturing banner, he was afraid that he would be speechless. After all, the current immortal Loli's primordial spirit was filled with Emperor Qi. Any second-step cultivator with some knowledge would be able to recognize that immortal Loli's primordial spirit was that of an immortal emperor. Strange. What happened to the lightning-capturing banner? It seems like I can't activate it anymore. Xinjia was puzzled. He kept the lightning-capturing banner into his storage pouch. Then, his eyes turned cold and looked towards the north with a sneer on his face. In that direction, there was a vermilion red gate of life hanging high in the sky. He was already very close to the gate of life. As long as he passed through this gate, he would be able to chase Ning Fan and the others to the next realm. Unfortunately, before he could step into the gate of life, rays of red light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth had already burst out from the gate of life like a river bursting its banks. In an instant, it had already flooded the entire void. At the moment when the red light flickered out, the heaven and earth suddenly poured down like a waterfall. In the midst of the wind and rain, it seemed like all living beings were going to be assimilated into the rain. A ghost-faced, silver-haired, white-robed figure with red light flashed out from the gate of life, blocking Xinjia's path. There was a rainstorm aura on his body that could make all realms tremble. In the rainstorm aura, there was a bone-chilling cold chi. That cold chi was filled with killing intent. If the sky wants to rain, I want to kill. The aura of this person was only at the intermediate crossing truth realm, but the sense of danger he gave Xinjia was too strong. It was as if he wasn't facing a cultivator, but an ancient ferocious beast, a peerless devil. That kind of devilish nature originated from the tribulation sense. Compared to the tribulation sense, any devilish sense was not worth mentioning. It was definitely Xinjia's first time seeing a cultivator with such a strong devilish nature. He actually had the devilish power to bewitch people's hearts. After taking a closer look, Xinjia's eyes suddenly changed. He seemed to have seen Ning Fan's appearance somewhere before. After thinking carefully, he remembered that he had seen Ning Fan's face on the bounty notice issued by old ancestor Poisonous Dragon. The person in front of him was the person who took away the bow spirit of the ancestral bow of the true dragon clan. Didn't you want to hunt me down? Now, I'm here. Give me back her primordial spirit. Ning Fan stretched his 5 fingers forward. At this moment it was as if the reign of heaven and earth was grasped in his palm. In the midst of the rainstorm, 5 sword shadows that were entwined with a trace of Tao law whizzed out. The power of the 5 sword shadows was so strong that it seemed to be able to sever the laws. There was only a trace of the Tao law entwined with it. However, this trace was enough to shock any cultivator below the immortal venerable realm. The sound of the rain in heaven and earth seemed to have turned silent at this moment. Only the sound of the 5 swords piercing through the air could be heard. The 5 swords of rain. In the past, he could not display the 5 swords so perfectly, let alone the 5 swords that were entwined with the power of Tao law. But now, he could do it. His killing intent had already turned into rain. His state of mind was in perfect harmony with the rain at this moment. Almost all of his abilities had been integrated into the 5 swords of rain. The power of the 5 swords was naturally unprecedentedly strong. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence on the 5 swords as if he was not stingy at all. In this way, the power of the 5 swords became even more terrifying. With Xing's current state, even if he did not die, he would certainly suffer severe injuries. It's actually the power of Tao Law. How is this possible? This young man isn't an ancient monster. How can he control the power of Tao Law perfectly? Even though it was just a trace, the trace of the power of Tao Law made Xing's scalp tingle. It was obviously the power of Tao Law. Even when he was at his peak, he still had to be careful when dealing with the power of Tao Law. Now that he was being suppressed by the power of the forbidden immortal realm, he was naturally even more fearful of it. Without any hesitation, Xing directly dispersed the black mist produced by the space-piercing stone, revealing the demon ship and the 200,000 savage beasts underneath. Without needing Xing's order, countless savage beasts had already rushed out from the group of 200,000 savage beasts and stood in front of him, as if they wanted to block the 5 sword lights for him even if they had to risk their lives. There were also countless demon cultivators who directly activated their demonic techniques and immortal treasures to slash at Ning Fan. As for Xing himself, his 8 bodies merged into one. With a wave of his hand, a short halberd that was filled with dense cold chi instantly appeared in his hand. When he pointed the short halberd at the sky, the rainstorm between heaven and earth immediately showed signs of turning into ice. Once it turns into ice, the rain would no longer be rain and the power of the rain would collapse on its own. Even so, Xing did not have the confidence to block the incoming power of the 5 swords. You must block this sword. Chapter 895. The rain was condensed by Ning Fan's killing intent. The rainstorm poured down and the world turned cold. That sword seemed to have directly descended from the endless void. The 5 swords swept across the sky. Wherever they went, the blood of countless savage beasts would splatter in the void. More and more savage beasts blocked Xing's path. They used their flesh and blood to directly collide with the whistling sword shadows without any fear. However, none of the first-step savage beasts could stop the sword shadows. As soon as the life immortal realm savage beasts came into contact with the sword shadows, their bodies were immediately pierced through. They screamed and died. Only the savage beasts at the Duzhen realm and above could slightly stop the 5 swords. However, once the Duzhen savage beast was hit by the 5 rain swords, it would either die or be severely injured. It was because the 5 swords contained a trace of the Tao Law of rain. Even though it was just a trace of the power of the Tao Law, it was far from what the Duzhen savage beast could withstand. A large number of savage beasts blocked Xing's path and formed a formation. However, the 5 rain swords forcefully tore a path through the formation in just an instant. Blood flowed like a river along the way, rushing towards Xing who was at the back. His figure, which was clad in red light, followed closely behind the 5 swords. He dashed forward, following the trajectory of the 5 swords and passing through the tide of 200,000 savage beasts. Any savage beast that tried to get close to Ning Fan was killed by the 5 swords. 1 man and 5 swords dashed forward. None of the savage beasts could stop him. His magic power was being consumed like tides. Fortunately, he had devoured a large number of spiritual items of the 5 elements in his abdomen. He could refine them at any time to replenish his magic power. It seemed like his magic power would never be depleted. The savage beasts that were killed kept falling from the sky. Every second, there would be countless cries of pain. Finally, the 42 space-abandoning savage beasts that were hibernating in the void opened their eyes one after another. Their eyes glinted with ferocious light and they dashed forward. With the strength of these space-abandoning savage beasts, it was enough to stop the 5 swords if they used their full strength to stop them. 6 space-abandoning savage beasts dashed towards Ning Fan with tremendous force, giving him a sense of pressure as if a cultivation planet was crashing into him. The rest of the space-abandoning savage beasts breathed brutal flash from their mouths. Black and red brutal flash aurora flew out like lightning. They intertwined with each other and formed a huge aurora net. All of a sudden, the net flew towards the 5 swords and Ning Fan. In just a blink of an eye, the net had already reached them. The net constantly emitted destructive waves. Once the 5 swords were hit by the net, they would definitely be blocked. Once Ning Fan is caught in the net, he will certainly be captured. Upon seeing this, Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He did not dare to face the giant net of aurora light head-on. The golden light beneath his feet flowed like water. All of a sudden, it was as if he was standing on a long golden river. Almost at the same time, his figure gradually faded, and the 5 rain swords faded along with him. The 6 primal beasts missed their target, and the aurora net also missed its target. The group of beasts was stunned. They did not know where Ning Fan and Wu Jian had gone. With their eyesight, they naturally could not see that Ning Fan had directly flown through the encirclement of the group of beasts with his sword by relying on his astonishing speed. Perhaps only Xian Jia alone could vaguely see Ning Fan's blurry figure. His speed was too fast. Xian Jia could not help but feel astonished. He asked himself that even if he was at his peak state, it would be impossible for him to surpass the current Ning Fan. Ning Fan's attainment in speed was just too high. When he was traveling alone, he relied on his great ability, the earth-piercing golden light. Even if he was in the midst of an army of tens of thousands, he could still move freely like a butterfly weaving through flowers. After a few flashes, Ning Fan's red figure flashed and appeared at the back of the group of beasts. He was 100,000 zhang away from Xian Jiao. In front of him, there were still the 5 rain swords that were charging forward. After the 5 swords, it was still Ning Fan who was flying at full speed like a red ray. Ning Fan had left all 42 void-shedding wild beasts behind him. Even though 200,000 beasts had come out at the same time, they still could not stop Ning Fan's footsteps. If the sky wants to rain, who can stop it? If the sword wants to kill, who can stop it? More and more rainwater turned into ice. The intensity of the rain was decreasing bit by bit. However, Ning Fan's momentum of advancing was even more ferocious. Amidst the icy rain, he activated the 5 swords and advanced forward with an indomitable will. In his eyes, there was only a single belief. No matter what, I must take back the primordial spirit of the immortal lowly. Who is this person? He actually managed to break through the blockade of 200,000 beasts with the power of 5 swords alone. That is Dao Law. There are actually Dao laws on his sword. How is this possible? Ghost face silver hair. It's him. He is the person who old ancestor Poisonous Dragon has set a bounty for his head. He is the one who seized the Bao spirit of the ancestral Bao. If we kill him, we can obtain an embryonic emperor pill. What? It's that person. Even the 7 Truths 7 Illusions arrow couldn't kill him. It's Shi Kong. Judging from his chi, he should be at the mid-shedding Kong realm when he wasn't suppressed by the forbidden immortal force. I wonder if Elder Xian Jia can withstand the sword light of this person's Dao Law. Although this person's cultivation realm is lower than Elder Xian Jia's, his sword light is too terrifying. On the demon ship at the side, thousands of demon cultivators exclaimed in shock. Xian Jia's old eyes shrunk. Without saying a word, he retreated with a slightly unpleasant expression. He had already frozen part of the rain to weaken the power of the 5 swords. However, the 5 swords still penetrated the defense of the beasts and rushed towards him. It was unstoppable. Moreover, Ning Fan himself followed behind the 5 swords and rushed towards him. The defense of 200,000 beasts was nothing to Ning Fan. This kid's cultivation realm isn't as good as mine. However, the Dao Law on his sword is too terrifying. I can't face him head-on. Once I'm hit by that Dao Law, even I will be severely injured. I must block this sword. As long as I can block this sword, I can kill this kid with just a raise of my hand. While retreating, Xianjia suddenly raised the short dagger axe in his hand. His aura suddenly changed and his demonic chi soared to the sky. Heaven freezing dagger axe, shatter and seal the heavens. As soon as the dagger axe rose into the sky, it immediately turned into a fierce cold wind that whistled across the sky. A totem of an ice dragon suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The cold wind instantly spread to the entire gate of life. At this moment, the cold chi in heaven and earth suddenly increased. At this moment, all the raindrops in heaven and earth froze into ice in an instant. At this moment, all the rain in heaven and earth was completely sealed by the dagger axe. At this moment, the momentum of the 5 swords finally showed an obvious decrease. It was even about to stop. The sharpness of the 5 swords was actually dimming. Even the escaping light under Ning Fan's feet was being frozen bit by bit, gradually losing the ability to fly. The distance between Ning Fan and Xianjia gradually widened from 100,000 zhang. Seeing this, Xianjia heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he managed to block the 5 swords. However, at the next moment, his expression changed greatly again. Ning Fan suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against the void. Heaven and earth trembled violently. 5 sword shadows were born from the void again. As for his aura force, it was approaching the shedding void realm along with Jie Fengyu and Zhan Yin-yang. After displaying the soul-extracting technique and the war god art, Ning Fan's aura force had already reached the mid-shedding void realm. It was not any weaker than Xianjia's current strength. The 5 swords that appeared were different from the 5 swords of rain. They did not have a physical flying sword to carry them. These 5 swords only had illusory sword light. However, these sword light were condensed from all the battle intent in heaven and earth. They were known as the 5 swords of war. At the moment when the 5 swords of war were formed, the thousands of demon cultivators on the demon ship felt empty in their hearts, as if something had been taken away from them. However, they did not know why. Of course, they did not know that what was taken away from them was their battle intent. The ferocious flames in the eyes of the 200,000 savage beasts began to diminish bit by bit the moment the 5 swords of war were formed. Even Xianjia himself was affected by the 5 swords of war. His originally steady state of mind also began to crack. He could not help but feel shocked by the strange ability of the 5 swords of war. What made him even more shocked was that a trace of Tao law of war was gradually emerging on the 5 swords of war. Another type of Tao law. Xianjia sucked in a breath of cold air. He could not tell the difference between the Tao law of rain and the Tao law of war. However, he could vaguely tell that the 2 types of Tao law were different. One should know that even an old monster at the eternal ancient realm could only use the power of one type of Tao law. There were only 1 or 2 old monsters at the eternal ancient realm who could use more than 2 types of Tao law out of 10 people. Ning Fan was obviously not an old monster at the eternal ancient realm, but he could use Tao law. That was already enough to shock Xianjia. Now, however, Ning Fan had actually created a second type of Tao law illusory sword. In that case, how could Xianjia not be shocked? Break! Ning Fan shouted. Immediately, 10,000 traces of war flames flew out from the 5 swords of war and turned into 10,000 traces of sword chi. In the beginning, there were only 10,000 traces of sword chi. Then, each trace of sword chi was divided into 10,000 traces of sword chi. In an instant, there were already 10,000 traces of sword chi that rushed towards the heavens. Xianjia had already frozen the rain in heaven and earth. However, at this moment, that ice seal was shattered by the 10,000 traces of sword chi. When the ice seal was broken, the rainstorm that was sealed by the ice formed once again. Once again, a heavy downpour filled heaven and earth. The rain resumed. The battle swords arrived. Ning Fan pointed his finger at the void. The 5 swords of war immediately pierced through the sky and met with the 5 swords of rain. When the 10 swords were in front of him, Ning Fan suddenly hammered his chest, ignoring the intense pain. Once again, he sacrificed himself and forcefully coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. His blood essence fused with the 10 swords, causing the power of the 10 swords to increase by another level. Ning Fan, who continuously sacrificed himself, did not have an easy time. Under the ghost mask, his face turned pale. The injuries on his physical body gradually worsened. However, his eyes became even crazier and colder. "Give me back her primordial spirit." The killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. His voice reverberated in this world for a long time. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it exploded in the ears of the cultivators on the demon ship, causing them to buzz incessantly. In this voice, there was also a sense of conviction. In front of this conviction, so what if there were 200,000 savage beasts? So what if there were old demon Swan Nian? So what if there were 10 million people? No one could stop him. Today, Ning Fan must take back Xian Xian's primordial spirit. Even if this world turns into a river of blood, he would not hesitate. As Ning Fan's mind flickered, the 10 swords whistled out again. The sword chi spread across the entire world. The sword chi was not sharp. However, because it contained Tao laws, it gave people an extremely heavy pressure as if they were facing the heavenly might. As for Ning Fan, he followed the 10 swords in a ghostly manner. His aura force seemed to have merged with heaven and earth as he approached Xian Jia at the same time. Xian Jia was shocked. He turned into a ray of demonic light and quickly retreated. However, how could his speed of retreat be faster than Ning Fan's speed of attack? 100,000 zhang, 90,000 zhang, 80,000 zhang. 40,000 zhang, 30,000 zhang, 20,000 zhang. The distance between Ning Fan and Xian Jia was constantly shrinking. This scene was just like how Xian Jia kept chasing after Ning Fan. When the distance between them was only 1,000 zhang, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. The 10 swords dashed out and his speed suddenly increased. His entire being seemed to have turned into sword light. This strike was almost the strongest strike that Ning Fan could unleash right now. The sword light contained the power of Tao laws. It was nearly indestructible. The might of the slash seemed to be enough to split heaven and earth. Even a great expert of the demon race like Xian Jia would turn pale with fright in the face of such an attack. Not good. When the 10 swords approached him, the power of Tao laws that they contained made Xian Jia's body and soul shiver. If he was at his peak, he would also have a way to deal with the 10 swords of Tao laws. However, at this moment, it was too difficult for him to stop the 10 swords with his mid-shedding void realm strength. His eyes turned cold and he suddenly stopped retreating. With a sway of his body, he turned into 8 demon shadows. The 8 demon shadows raised their fingers at the same time and pressed down on the 10 swords. The 8 fingers combined into one and immediately turned into 1,000 zhang demon finger. It was powerful enough to kill all cultivators in the Duzhen realm. At the tip of the demon finger, there was a trace of grey poisonous mist. It kept hissing and emitting the sound of a poisonous snake hissing. At the moment when the giant finger pressed down, the grey mist immediately turned into 1,000 zhang long snake head with white bones. It swooped down at the 10 swords and Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes were cold and emotionless. He did not retreat but advanced instead. He controlled the 10 swords and continued to dash forward, directly colliding with the 1,000 zhang snake head. The 10 swords whistled through the air and destroyed the snake head with just a single strike. Then, they continued to slash at the 1,000 zhang demon finger. As soon as the demon finger came into contact with the 10 swords, it was immediately torn apart by the Tao laws. It was penetrated from the middle and broke into 2. Xian Jia's expression changed drastically when his divine ability was broken. As for Ning Fan, he was only 500 zhang away from Xian Jia. Dragon transformation. Xian Jia shouted coldly and revealed his demon form. It was a grayscale gigantic dragon. He used the dragon horns on his head to collide with the 10 swords. As soon as he collided with the 10 swords, 2 shadows of gigantic horns immediately appeared in the void. Wherever the shadows of the horns passed, the void was immediately split into ravines that could not be healed. The force of the collision had actually created a gap in the sword chi of heaven and earth. The strong wind that was formed from the collision was so strong that it made one's face hurt. It was even stronger than the force of a savage beast. Under the impact of that tremendous force, the bodies of the 5 swords of war were almost scattered. Among the 5 swords of rain, the 4-minute swords had already begun to show cracks. At the end of the day, the 4-minute swords were just immortal swords of the 5th Nirvana post-celestial Nirvana stage. Its grade was a little low for a void realm battle. Only the 12 Nirvana post-celestial Nirvana stage sword of separation and reunion did not suffer any damage. Facing Xian Jia, this sword seemed to have become Ning Fan's greatest reliance. The tremendous force of the collision of the dragon horns made Ning Fan's joints emit cracking sounds. His eyes turned solemn. He raised his finger and pointed downwards, trying his best to activate the power of the separation and reunion sword. The 10 swords then gathered and instantly formed a 1000 zhang sword shadow with the separation and reunion sword as the center. At this moment, all the rain intent and battle intent in heaven and earth merged into the 1000 zhang sword shadow. Ning Fan's robes fluttered in the wind and his silver hair danced wildly. He pressed his 5 fingers forward and the 1000 zhang sword shadow immediately pierced through the gigantic dragon's head. The power of the 10 swords alone was not enough to penetrate Xian Jia's dragon-scaled demon body. However, Xian Jia was suppressed by the power of the forbidden immortal realm. Thus, his demon body was not as strong as before. As for the 10 swords, the power of the Tao laws entwined around them had greatly increased after Ning Fan repeatedly damaged himself. In addition to the sharpness of the separation and reunion sword, it was no longer something a mere demon body could withstand. When the dragon horns of the gigantic dragon were slashed by the 1000 zhang sword shadow, it was still able to resist the power of the Tao laws for a while. However, the moment the separation and reunion sword fell on it, it was immediately reduced to ashes. The separation and reunion sword was hidden in the 1000 zhang sword shadow. After destroying the pair of dragon horns, it continued moving forward and directly cut off half of the dragon's head. Then, it went along the wound and instantly penetrated the dragon's body. Dragon blood splattered across the vast sky like rain. Broken dragon scales, dragon bones and minced meat fell from the sky. Ning Fan followed closely behind the separation and reunion sword and dashed inside the gigantic dragon's body. The 10 swords scattered and swept across the dragon from inside to outside, directly cutting the gigantic dragon into tens of pieces. Xian Jia let out a blood-curdling scream. His expression was filled with extreme shock and anger. He did not expect that his gigantic dragon demon body would be directly destroyed by Ning Fan. At the critical moment, the only thing Xian Jia could do was to abandon his physical body and use his demon soul to carry his storage pouch and escape from the dragon corpse in a panic. Only then did he notice that among the 10 swords, there was actually a 12 Nirvana post-celestial immortal sword. Without this sword, no matter how strong the sword light of the Tao laws was, it would be impossible to cut off his dragon horns and destroy his demon body with a single strike. Post-celestial immortal treasures that are above the 9th Nirvana stage are extremely rare in this world. As for a 12 Nirvana immortal treasure, even the ancient immortal venerables might not necessarily have one. How could this man have a 12 Nirvana immortal treasure with his insignificant cultivation base? Xian Jia's heart was filled with regret. If he knew that Ning Fan possessed such a high-grade immortal sword, he certainly would not have used his demon body to resist the immortal sword head-on. However, it was also fortunate that he had decisively abandoned his physical body. Otherwise, this trace of his demon soul would probably not be able to escape death. Xing's demon soul fled back to the demon ship. Outside the demon ship, there were 200,000 savage beasts that were closely guarding it. The expressions of the beasts were still extremely ferocious. However, under that ferocious expression, there was more or less fear. What they were afraid of was naturally Ning Fan's unstoppable 10 swords. The thousands of demon cultivators did not even dare to breathe loudly. From their point of view, even though Elder Xing's cultivation base was suppressed, his strength was still incomparable to ordinary mid-shedding Void Realm cultivators. However, under Ning Fan's sword light, his physical body was destroyed in just a single blow. It was really frightening. This man is really strong. It's impossible for him to be a nobody in the human race. What level of immortal sword is that? It actually destroyed Elder Xing's demon body directly. Ning Fan's figure, which was clad in red light, had already been deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the demon cultivators like a nightmare. These demon cultivators asked themselves if they were in Ning Fan's shoes to resist the might of those 10 swords, perhaps none of them would be able to survive. The sword light of the Tao laws was very frightening. The separation and reunion sword, which was at the 12 Nirvana level, was just as frightening. I didn't manage to kill this demon in a single blow, huh? Ning Fan's body was surrounded by 10 rays of sword light. He flew out from the remains of the gigantic dragon in a flash. His expression was filled with slight regret. In order to snatch back Immortal Loli's primordial spirit in a single blow, Ning Fan did not hesitate to injure himself repeatedly. Naturally, the injuries on his body were not light, and he even felt a little weak. After activating the separation and reunion sword with all his might, he had also paid the price of injuring himself. However, he did not manage to kill Xing directly and only destroyed his demon body. It was really a pity. The most regretful thing was that he still failed to snatch back Immortal Loli's primordial spirit through this all-out attack. Ning Fan's eyes glowed with green light. He stared at Xing coldly across the void space. If he did not sense wrongly, the magic treasure which captured Xian's primordial spirit was currently in Xing's storage pouch. Waves of weakness came to Ning Fan, causing his chi to become slightly messy. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the feeling of weakness. Then, he pointed at the 10 swords with his index finger and controlled them to fly out again. If I can't snatch back Xian's primordial spirit in the first time, I'll try again. No matter what, I must snatch Xian's primordial spirit back. Hiss. That ghost-faced old monster is coming again. When the group of demons saw Ning Fan flying towards them with his swords, all of them were shocked. Even Xing felt his scalp go numb. He was unwilling to admit it, but he had to admit that he was no match for Ning Fan now that he was suppressed by the forbidden immortal power. Be it speed, magic treasures or divine abilities, he seemed to be inferior to Ning Fan in all aspects. Under Xing's command, 200,000 wild beasts rushed out again, forming a beast tide that flooded towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood essence again and activated the 10 swords, directly rushing towards the 200,000 wild beasts. Even though the 200,000 wild beasts were blocking his way, they could not withstand the might of the 10 swords. When the 10 swords opened up a path, a gap was immediately torn open by Ning Fan, who was charging forward. After the 10 swords, Ning Fan's body was shrouded in red light. He looked like a peerless ferocious beast. His aura was actually unstoppable. Any low-grade wild beasts that tried to get close to him were killed by him with a wave of his hand, just like before. If there were any void-shedding wild beasts blocking his way, Ning Fan would immediately step on a golden rainbow and disappear in a flash. He followed the sword shadows and flew past them without engaging in a battle with them. He only had one goal, to get close to Xing again in the midst of the army of 10,000 wild beasts and seize his storage pouch. He killed his way in and out of the army of 200,000 wild beasts. In front of him, the army of 200,000 wild beasts was actually nothing. Gradually, the roars of a large number of wild beasts resounded from one of the worlds of the Gate of Life in the void sky. Immediately after that, wild beasts flew out one after another. They were none other than the 14,000 wild beasts that Ning Fan brought with him. The speed of these wild beasts was slower than Ning Fan. That was why they took a long time to arrive at the battlefield. As soon as Ning Fan saw the arrival of the group of wild beasts, he became spirited. After temporarily retreating from the beast tide, he met up with the 14,000 wild beasts and charged towards the beast tide again. Xian Jia was not the only one who had an army of wild beasts. Ning Fan also had an army of them. Even though their numbers were not as great as Xian Jia's, they could still be considered as a great help. Hiss. This man has never signed a blood restriction with the wild beasts before. Why is he able to control the wild beasts like me? Xian Jia's eyes widened in shock. The thousands of demon cultivators on the demon ships were just as shocked. The reason why some of the cultivators in the demon race could control the wild beasts was because they had signed a blood restriction with the wild beasts. Human cultivators should not be able to control the wild beasts. However, Ning Fan actually managed to do so. In the battle between the two armies, the wild beasts under Ning Fan's command were weaker. However, they were still able to disrupt the enemy's formation. In the midst of the chaotic beast tide, Ning Fan seized the opportunity and swept his 10 swords across, killing all the wild beasts within a 100 zhang radius. Then, he stepped on a golden rainbow and instantly vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, he had already passed through the beast tide once again and was within 100 zhang radius of the demon ship. After a few flashes, the distance of 100 zhang was reduced to 1,000 zhang. Terrifying killing intent fell along with the torrential rain and instantly locked onto every single demon cultivator on the demon ship. Ning Fan charged out of the beast tide for the second time and arrived in front of Xian Jia. The roars of hundreds of thousands of wild beasts could not even cover the sound of the 10 swords in front of Ning Fan. As Ning Fan approached them, the expressions of all the demon cultivators on the demon ship changed drastically. Their faces were filled with fear. Ning Fan's sword tip was already aimed at Xian Jia, who was on the demon ship from the distance of 1,000 zhang. The power of the separation and reunion sword was once again activated by Ning Fan bit by bit. Xian Jia was shocked. Being locked onto by the 12 Nirvana immortal swords that were entangled with the Tao Law, the flow of his demon power immediately became sluggish. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Currently, he only had his demon soul left. If Ning Fan gets close to the demon ship, he would certainly die. The only thing he could use to resist Ning Fan was his trump card. If he had a choice, he would not want to use this trump card. However, at this moment, facing the sword light of the Tao Law and the 12 Nirvana immortal swords, he had no choice but to use this trump card to save his life even if he was unwilling to do so. There is a ferocious creature hidden in my void-piercing stone. Unless I have no other choice, I will never let it out no matter what. Before the sword light reached him, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the void-piercing stone from afar, shooting out a ray of demonic light. The demonic light shot into the void-piercing stone. Then, the mottled bloodstains on the void-piercing stone immediately gave off a dim light and began to flow on the stone. Gradually, those bloodstains formed 2 ancient characters on the stone. Those 2 ancient characters were ancient demon characters. There were many types of ancient demon characters. Xian Jia and Ning Fan could recognize this type. The 2 characters that appeared on the void-piercing stone were Ni and Fan. Ni Fan. These 2 characters were extremely strange. The word Ni contained the purest demonic power. The word Fan contained the power of black and red barbaric flash. They were obviously 2 different types of power, but they were perfectly fused on the giant stone. At the moment when the two characters were formed, an ancient and vicissitude aura suddenly spread out from the giant stone. At the same time, a black mist demon shadow floated out from the giant stone. That demon shadow was an old man with black hair and black robes. His face looked very old, but his expression was cold and frightening. "My name is Ni Fan." The voice of the black-robed old man was cold and emotionless. As soon as his voice fell, black mist immediately dispersed behind the demon ship. Nearly 1,000 demon cultivators screamed in pain. All of their blood essence was taken away in an instant. They turned into dried corpses with their eyes wide open and died miserably on the ground. The blood essence that they had lost was all absorbed into the old man's body. After absorbing the blood essence, the old man faintly exuded an aura that was comparable to the peak of the crossing truth realm. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the 10 swords that fell from the sky. His eyes were so indifferent. Whether it was the sword light of Tao laws or the separation and reunion sword of the 12 nirvana, he actually did not put any of them in his eyes. At the moment when the 10 swords slashed towards Xian Jia, the black-robed old man directly took a step forward. This step seemed to be stepping on the Tao laws of heaven and earth. However, as he took this step, the Tao laws of heaven and earth immediately flowed in the opposite direction. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to see this at all. Only Ning Fan alone could see this. The black-robed old man stretched out his hand and clawed with his 5 fingers. There was no demonic power flowing out of his hand, but it was as if he could crush the void with a single strike. Without any hesitation, he directly grabbed Ning Fan's 10 swords of Tao laws, as if he was not afraid of those Tao laws at all. As the black-robed old man clawed with his 5 fingers, the 10 swords first trembled and then retreated. As for the Tao laws on the swords, they were all erased by the black-robed old man in an instant. That clawing force was invisible. However, even Ning Fan himself was pushed back 10,000 zhang by the black wind formed by that clawing force. His body felt as if it was about to fall apart. He felt an indescribable pain and his expression was even more shocked. What kind of ferocious creature is this? It can actually directly erase the Tao laws. Such a divine ability was simply unheard of. Demon blood is not enough. The black-robed old man waved his hand again. Another 1,000 demon cultivators on the demon ship fell to the ground and turned into dried corpses. The blood essence that they had lost flowed into the black-robed old man's body. Immediately, his aura force became much stronger. Originally, his aura force was only equivalent to the peak crossing truth realm. However, after devouring 2,000 demon cultivators, his aura force had risen to the early shedding void realm. Every time this ferocious creature appears, it needs to devour the blood essence of demon cultivators in order to exert its strength. That's why I'm not willing to summon this ferocious creature. I didn't expect this ferocious creature to actually be able to erase the Tao laws. This is my first time learning about this. In that case, with it here, it should be enough to deal with that human cultivator. This person killed my disciple and destroyed my physical body. Today, no matter what, I must keep him here and kill him. Xianjia's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. All of a sudden, he felt a chill on his back. It was the black-robed old man's cold and fierce eyes that swept across him and ordered him without any room for refusal. Hand over half of your demon soul to me. Otherwise, die. Chapter 896. Xianjia's expression immediately changed. He did not expect that the ferocious creature he summoned would make such an outrageous request, asking for half of his demon soul. Without giving Xianjia a chance to refuse, the black-robed old man immediately grabbed the air with his 5 fingers as soon as he finished speaking. The Tao laws around him flowed in reverse. Xianjia gasped. He did not expect that the ferocious creature would directly attack him. In the blink of an eye, 5 rays of black mist had already appeared 10 jang in front of him. With another flash, those rays of light directly pierced through him and were about to reach him. Xinjia's eyes turned cold. He naturally would not allow those rays of light to reach him. He shook his storage pouch, and 12 glittering golden dragon teeth immediately flew out. They revolved in front of him, protecting him. Those 12 dragon teeth were a set of defensive magic treasures. The grade of them had reached 7th nirvana nascent heaven and were quite extraordinary. As soon as they appeared, a shadow of a dragon's head flew out and swallowed the incoming rays of light. However, that finger ray was too terrifying. With just a single attack, it directly wiped out the shadow of the dragon's head. When it moved forward, the 12 dragon teeth seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and were directly turned into ashes. Xinjia was shocked. The strangeness of that finger ray was beyond his expectation. It was already too late for him to dodge. His demon soul was directly penetrated by the 5 rays of light and was torn apart. Xinjia let out a miserable shriek. Half of his demon soul was directly torn apart by the black-robed old man. His demon blood splattered everywhere. The black-robed old man retrieved the torn demon soul and swallowed it. His face immediately became a little redder. His aura force skyrocketed again, approaching the mid-shedding void realm. The mid-shedding void realm seemed to be the limit of his cultivation base. He no longer devoured demon blood to increase his cultivation base. His cold eyes scanned across the demons on the demon ship. Eventually, his gaze fell on Ning Fan, who was standing outside the ship. When the black-robed old man's gaze fell on them, the remaining 3,000+ demon cultivators on the demon ship felt a chill down their spines. The abilities of this black-robed old man were too ferocious and shocking. In just a snap of his fingers, he had taken away the demon blood of 2,000 demon cultivators. With a wave of his hand, he could destroy 7th nirvana nascent heaven immortal treasures and even tear Xinjia's demon soul apart, rendering him powerless to resist. Ning Fan's eyes became even more solemn. In his opinion, this black-robed old man was much more dangerous than the current Xinjia. Ning Fan also noticed that there was a trace of purple light flickering in the black-robed old man's eyes when he casted his divine ability. That flash of purple light seemed a little familiar. You want to kill this person? The black-robed old man coldly asked Xinjia. Facing Xinjia, there was an innate pressure of a superior. That's right. You've already swallowed half of this demon's demon soul. Quickly kill this kid, otherwise, this demon will surely not let you off lightly. Xinjia replied with a gloomy expression. At this moment, only the left half of Xinjia's demon soul remained. The right half of his body had already been torn away by the black-robed old man. He activated the Yao art, and the right half of the Yao soul gradually reconstructed, growing arms and legs. However, the entire Yao soul became illusory and transparent, and its aura weakened. Half of the demon soul's power had been snatched away by the black-robed old man, and it could not be replenished. Xinjia looked at the black-robed old man with an extremely cold gaze, but more than that, it was filled with regret. If he had known that he would lose half of his demon soul by summoning this monster, he would never have chosen to summon it. Since it had already happened, there was no turning back. At this moment, Xinjia only wished to borrow the strength of this monster to kill Ning Fan. After that, he would slowly settle the old scores with this monster. Noisy. The black-robed old man's eyes turned cold. An invisible ancient demon aura immediately pressed down on Xinjia. Being shaken by the aura, Xinjia felt a pain in his chest, forcing him to take a few steps back. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and his face was filled with shock. The black-robed old man no longer paid attention to Xinjia. His cold gaze swept across Ning Fan, and he seemed a little confused. However, that confusion soon turned into indifferent and merciless killing intent. He said coldly. A single finger is enough to kill this person. The black-robed old man's body swayed and merged with heaven and earth with a single step, disappearing without a trace. At the next moment, tens of thousands of black mist demon shadows appeared one after another in the void around Ning Fan. Each of the demon shadows had the same appearance as the black-robed old man. Each of the demon shadows seemed to be stepping on the heavenly Tao, carrying an innate heavenly might. Tens of thousands of demon shadows raised their fingers at the same time and pressed down on Ning Fan from a distance away. The aura force that they gave off was like the wrath of the heavens. There was no rumbling sound and no flow of demon power. It was just an ordinary finger press. The only special thing was that there was purplish-black demon power flowing on the tip of the finger. Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned cold. If he was not mistaken, that finger obviously contained the demon power of the Fu Li tribe. However, that finger did not only contain the power of the Fu Li tribe. It also contained the power of the wild beasts. At the tip of the black-robed old man's finger, the demon power of the Fu Li tribe and the wild beasts had perfectly merged into one. Under the influence of that power, the Tao laws around Ning Fan's body began to circulate in the opposite direction. Countless illusory shadows of cultivation planets immediately appeared between heaven and earth. All of them were rotating in the opposite direction of the great Tao. Half of them were purplish-black while the other half were dark red. As the illusory shadows of the cultivation planets revolved in the opposite direction, the great Tao was completely reversed. At this moment, all the living beings in this world felt that their cultivation bases were disappearing. That was the true loss of their cultivation bases. The cultivation bases of all living beings were being madly erased by the black-robed old man's finger. Each of the wild beasts temporarily stopped killing each other. All of them were terrified and their chi began to plummet. Each of the demon cultivators looked at each other in shock. They could not understand why the demon power in their bodies would burn and vanish like crazy. The higher the cultivation base, the faster the loss of their demon power. Xinjia's heart pounded wildly. He had already summoned ferocious creatures a few times. However, it was his first time seeing a ferocious creature display such a powerful ability. Under the black-robed old man's finger technique, Xinjia's demon power was burning madly. In just a breath's time, his cultivation base of 100,000 years was actually erased by the black-robed old man. The ability of the black-robed old man's finger was obviously enough to erase the cultivation base of all living beings under the thought fragmentation realm. This was under the premise that the black-robed old man could only display the power of the mid-shedding void realm. If this black-robed old man's strength was slightly stronger, perhaps he could even erase the cultivation base of a cultivator at the thought fragmentation realm or the eternal ancient realm with just a finger. Shagu. The black-robed old man suddenly shouted these two words. No one could understand what he was saying. Ning Fan was the only one who understood this word. At first, he did not understand it. However, the moment he heard this word, a part of the inherited memories of the Fu Li clan appeared in his bloodline out of nowhere. This word was the demon language of the Fu Li clan. There were very few people in the world who could understand it. The bloodline of the demon race was very mysterious. It could inherit a lot of information such as innate abilities and the demon language of the clan. Ever since Ning Fan obtained the Fu Li bloodline, it was his first time comprehending the language of the clan from his bloodline. The word Sha Gu that the black-robed old man shouted out was an opportunity for Ning Fan to comprehend the demon language of the Fu Li clan. In the Fu Li clan, this word only had one meaning, and that was returning to the void. Returning to the void meant the death of one's Tao. It also meant that all the abilities one cultivated would be annihilated in the long river of samsara. The finger technique of the black-robed old man undoubtedly had the mighty power to erase the cultivation base of any living beings and destroy their Tao. In Ning Fan's sea of consciousness, more and more memories of the bloodline appeared. Gradually, he actually recognized the origin of the black-robed old man's ability. In ancient times, when the Fu Li clan still existed, they were once the overseer of the heavenly Tao and the leader of all the demons in the world. The Fu Li clan was favored by the immortal sovereign and was once bestowed with 3 of the clan's greatest abilities. One of them was a finger technique called returning to the void finger. This finger technique was specially used for punishment. In ancient times, countless great emperors of the demon race had their cultivation base forcefully erased by the Fu Li clan using the returning to the void finger because they had committed grave crimes. Those who had committed serious crimes even had their existences directly erased and their Tao destroyed. What the black-robed old man displayed was obviously the returning to the void finger. The returning to the void finger was one of the 3 greatest divine abilities of the Fu Li clan. Its destructive power was terrifying. However, even in the Fu Li clan, only a few of their ancestors were lucky enough to cultivate it. The memories of the bloodline stopped there. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. That black-robed old man did not look like a living being. Instead, he looked like an inanimate object. Perhaps he was a ferocious being left behind by a demon ancestor of the Fu Li clan after his death. The only thing that Ning Fan could not figure out was that the body of this black-robed old man actually possessed the power of a second type of wild beast other than the bloodline of the Fu Li clan. Wild beasts did not seem to have any connection with the Fu Li clan. If he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to think about it anymore. The finger of returning ruin could only be cast by the bloodline of the Fu Li clan. It was extremely destructive to living beings other than the Fu Li clan, but to the monster cultivators of the Fu Li clan, its power was negligible. Ning Fan was clearly at the center of the black-robed old man's attack. Logically speaking, his cultivation base should have dissipated the fastest. However, he was the ancestral bloodline monster cultivator of the Fu Li race. The monster blood in his body flowed slowly and he easily neutralized the power of the finger. He was not afraid of the might of the black-robed old man's finger to the ruins of end. 1 breath, 2 breath, 3 breath, 4 breaths, 5 breaths, 6 breaths. After 10 breaths of time, Ning Fan's cultivation base did not decrease at all. As for all the living beings in this place, their cultivation bases had been weakened to varying degrees. Same race, the black-robed old man's eyes were suddenly filled with confusion. In his opinion, Ning Fan should not be able to withstand this finger attack given his cultivation base. However, the truth was that this finger did not have any lethality to Ning Fan at all. The only possibility was that Ning Fan himself was a Fu Li cultivator and the grade of his bloodline was not low. If it was the Fu Li sect, they would be friends and not enemies. The cold glint in his eyes gradually diminished. Eventually, it disappeared without a trace. After dispersing his ability, the tens of thousands of demon shadows returned to one. Then, he walked towards Ning Fan step by step. There was no longer any hostility in his eyes. Same race, he approached Ning Fan and raised his hand. His eyes were filled with confusion as he wanted to touch Ning Fan's body. However, just as the black-robed old man's finger touched Ning Fan, his body spontaneously combusted without any fire and turned into white ashes bit by bit. Xian Jia and the other demons were shocked. They could not understand why Ning Fan was able to withstand the black-robed old man's ability without suffering any damage. What they could not understand was why the black-robed old man named Ni Fan would suddenly lose all of his hostility towards Ning Fan and withdraw his ability. Xian Jia's mind especially could not calm down. During the 10 breaths of time when the black-robed old man activated his ability, 1,000,000 years of his cultivation base was forcefully erased. This was because he was affected by the ruins of End Finger. It was just a small part of it. Ning Fan was at the center of the ruins of End Finger's attack. The amount of damage he suffered should be 100 or even 1,000 times more than what Xian Jia suffered. However, his cultivation base was not damaged at all. Why is this young man not afraid of that ferocious creature's ability? Xian Jia could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. He also could not understand why the black-robed old man's finger would turn into white ashes when it touched Ning Fan, the light of the two words "Ni Fan" on the space-penetrating stone dimmed bit by bit. Eventually, only a shallow bloodstain was left. The black-robed old man's eyes became more and more confused. His entire body had turned into white ashes, leaving only his head. His head took a final glance at Ning Fan and suddenly became clear. This clarity only lasted for a moment, and the head also turned into ashes and dissipated. However, Ning Fan could clearly see that the moment before the old man's head completely disappeared, his eyes actually showed a hint of enlightenment. Eventually, he nodded his head and smiled at Ning Fan. What did he understand? Why did he smile? Impossible. What kind of demonic technique did this young man use to directly turn that ferocious creature into ashes? I've tried it before. That ferocious creature's ability is strange. Ordinary means can't kill it. Xing's heart was filled with more and more shock. When he was at his peak, he had used all of his abilities to attack that ferocious creature but still failed to kill it. However, Ning Fan did not seem to have done anything and he killed that ferocious creature. It was incomprehensible. Xing could not understand this scene. Currently, his physical body was already destroyed. Half of his demon soul had also been devoured by that ferocious creature. His cultivation base had been erased by that ferocious creature for 1,000,000 years. The current him was becoming less and less of a match for Ning Fan. In front of Ning Fan's 10 sword attacks, he could not resist at all. Ning Fan cleared all of his distracting thoughts and put aside the strange matter of the black-robed old man. Currently, he did not have the mood to care about the strange actions of the black-robed old man. He just wanted to take back Xian's primordial spirit and bring it back. He pressed his 5 fingers forward. The Rain and War 10 swords immediately rushed out and slashed at the demon ship once again. Ning Fan's body swayed and directly appeared on the demon ship. He turned into a ray of red light and charged at Xing, following the sword light closely. Any demons that stood in his way were killed by Ning Fan on the demon ship. Xing was terrified. His current body was full of injuries. Even if he were to face Du Zhen, who was slightly stronger, he would not have much chance of winning. How could he be Ning Fan's match? He regretted thousands of times in his heart. He regretted coming to kill Ning Fan aggressively. He regretted summoning the ferocious creature to harm himself. All of his feelings of regret stopped the moment Ning Fan's sword light arrived. His vision turned black. All of his consciousness was lost under the blade of the separation and reunion sword. His demon soul was first penetrated by the separation and reunion sword. Then, it was penetrated by the remaining 9 swords. A trace of his demon soul was actually shredded into countless pieces by the 10 swords of Dao Law. All of them were annihilated. Not good. Elder Xing is dead. Let's leave this place at once and report this matter to the 2 immortal venerables. One after another, the demon cultivators fled from the demon ship without any regard for their lives. Ning Fan, however, was not in a hurry to chase after those fleeing demon cultivators. The corners of his lips curled into a cold smile. Dead? No. Xing is not dead yet. The Xing he killed did not have the blood seal in his body. There is a second Xing in this place. Ning Fan snatched Xing's storage pouch and kept it in his hand. Then, he activated his 10 sword attacks and forcefully cut the demon ship beneath his feet into countless pieces. In an inconspicuous cabin on the demon ship, an elderly man in grey robes with dragon horns was carefully hiding. He was Xing's second demon soul. If the first demon soul dies, he could replace Xing and continue to live. He was hiding in the cabin. Initially, he wanted to escape from this place after Ning Fan killed Xing. Then, he would use Xing's name to take revenge in the future. Unfortunately, the concealment technique that he thought was profound was not worth mentioning at all in Ning Fan's eyes. The demon ship was broken into countless pieces under the frenzied attacks of the 10 swords. Xinjia's second demon soul also died resentfully and unwillingly. At this moment, he was truly dead. Ning Fan's figure flashed and appeared in front of the corpse of Xinjia's second demon soul. He clawed with his 5 fingers and directly extracted the blood seal from the remaining blood and swallowed it. At the moment he swallowed the blood seal, the wild beast army that had submitted to Xinjia were now filled with confusion. After the confusion, it was their new submission. All of them looked at Ning Fan without any hostility in their eyes. There were originally 200,000 wild beasts under Xinjia's command. However, after Ning Fan single-handedly killed thousands of low-grade wild beasts, some of them were also killed. The number of wild beasts that Ning Fan brought with him was originally 14,000. However, after the battle, he lost a lot of them. Now, there were only 8,000 of them left. Naturally, most of them were low-grade wild beasts which were insignificant. At this moment, the number of wild beasts under Ning Fan's control had increased from 14,000 to 200,000. Among these 200,000 wild beasts, there were a total of 45 void-shedding wild beasts. Raising his head, Ning Fan's gaze swept across the demon cultivators who were fleeing in all directions. His eyes flashed with cold light again. These demon cultivators wanted to flee and report what happened here to the demon race's immortal venerables. Unfortunately, Ning Fan would not give them the chance to do so. Leave no one alive. Following Ning Fan's order, the 200,000 wild beasts immediately rushed out and chased after the fleeing demon cultivators. Ning Fan stood on the same spot in the void. After withdrawing the 10 swords and dispersing the secret technique, he finally felt a sense of weakness in his body. His magic power could be constantly replenished through the great 5 elements physique. However, his injuries had accumulated too much due to the frequent self-harm. It had already exceeded the limit of what he could bear. At this moment, his primordial spirit was on the verge of being severely injured. Not to mention using any of his abilities, it was extremely difficult for him to even fly. He no longer had the mood to collect the spoils of war here. His gaze shifted to the void-piercing stone that was floating at the side. With a flash, he flew to the top of the stone and sat down cross-legged. Ning Fan naturally knew about the void-piercing stone. The 2 words "Ni Fan" on the stone caught his attention. However, he did not have the mood to study the stone in detail at this moment. He casually took out some pills and consumed them. Then, he activated the Black Star technique and slowly healed his injuries. While he was healing his injuries, he took out a green streamer from Xinjia's storage pouch. It was the lightning-capturing banner that captured the primordial spirit of the immortal Loli. At this moment, the spiritual light of the lightning-capturing banner had almost completely dimmed. The space within it was on the verge of collapsing. It could not stop any spirit sense from probing it. Ning Fan scanned the space within the lightning-capturing banner with his spirit sense and immediately became speechless. At this moment, the tiny primordial spirit of the immortal Loli was swimming in a vast sea of lightning within the lightning-capturing banner. While swimming, she was devouring the lightning in the sea of lightning in big mouthfuls, and giggles could be heard from time to time. To her, all the lightning in the banner was a rare delicacy which made her extremely excited. Ning Fan let out a bitter smile and rubbed his forehead. In order to save her, he had almost exhausted all of his strength. His entire body was covered with injuries. She, on the other hand, was eating happily on her own and giggling foolishly. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes froze, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Just now, he did not pay attention to the changes on the primordial spirit of the immortal Loli. Now that he looked carefully, he realized that there was a flow of sovereign chi on her primordial spirit. This is sovereign chi. Ning Fan took a deep breath. In an instant, countless speculations appeared in his mind. The immortal Loli's primordial spirit had the sovereign chi. Without a doubt, she was an immortal emperor. The immortal Loli belonged to the extreme lightning palace of the eastern heaven, and there was only one immortal emperor in the extreme lightning palace. It was the palace lord of the extreme lightning palace. His emperor title was White Emperor, and her maiden name was Lan Yunxian. Before the immortal lightning physique evolved, could she be the immortal emperor of the extreme lightning palace? Lan Yunxian. Ning Fan suddenly recalled the words that the immortal Loli had said, and his expression became more and more complicated. Humph. Don't look down on me. I'm really strong. Let me tell you. A few years ago, I even killed a great red-haired devil king. He was very strong. What was his name again? Oh right, he was called Big Mushroom. Before the evolution of this little girl's lightning physique, she seemed to be really strong. Ning Fan remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking about. Sometimes, he smiled bitterly, and sometimes, he sighed. Shaking his head, Ning Fan suddenly realized something. He temporarily forgot about the immortal Loli's identity. With a wave of his hand, he took out a token from his storage pouch, the identity token of a high-grade 6th grade All-Heaven Guardian. In the past, he had killed 68 poisonous dragon guards in a row and accumulated countless battle merits. His immortal rank rose from an 8th grade immortal guard to a 6th grade All-Heaven Guardian. Today, after killing Xianjia, his immortal rank rose again from a high-grade 6th grade All-Heaven Guardian to a low-grade 5th grade Golden Immortal. Even though Xianjia's cultivation base was suppressed, he was still a mid-thought fragmentation realm expert of the demon race. Killing him would naturally earn him a lot of battle merits. With this battle merit, the advancement of Ning Fan's immortal rank seemed reasonable. In the Four Mysterious Sect, no matter what you do, you must consider the level of your immortal rank. In the Four Mysterious Sect, a low-grade 5th grade Golden Immortal status was comparable to a thought fragmentation realm old monster. A low-grade Golden Immortal, huh? Ning Fan shook his head and kept the token. Then, he continued to sit cross-legged and recuperate. He did not attach much importance to authority. However, he did not reject the advancement of his immortal rank either. Ning Fan had spent several hours escaping from Xianjia's pursuit. Now that he was recuperating, he actually spent another few hours. A day had passed since the collapse of the desolate lands. The 200,000 wild beasts that chased after the group of demons had already returned. None of the demon cultivators had escaped. Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the void-penetrating stone, still recuperating. The void-penetrating stone constantly released black demonic mist, forming a massive dark cloud that enveloped the group of beasts. Looking from afar, it seemed like Ning Fan was the only person sitting on the void-penetrating stone to recuperate. In the void, a group of human cultivators flew out from one of the life gates and advanced cautiously. This group of cultivators sat on spirit boats. They were not small, and there were tens of thousands of them. On the spirit boat, the person with the highest cultivation base was an early thought-shattering Taoist priest. Due to the immortal forbidding power, he could only use the early shedding void cultivation base. This old Taoist's Taoist name was Mo Yuanzi, and he was a supreme expert of the devil path in the northern heaven immortal world. Mo Yuanzi was a vicious and merciless person. What he loved to do the most in his life was to kill people and seize their treasures. This person had killed many people in his life, but he rarely saved people. He was a devil cultivator who cultivated the Tao of slaughter, and had come to the ancient Wildlands sect in order to slaughter demonic cultivators and gain enlightenment from the bottleneck of the mid-thought demolishing stage. Unfortunately, his luck was bad. He had only been in the wilderness for a few years when the wilderness underwent a great change. With the arrival of the Great Tribulation, Mo Yuanzi was separated from the human army. His cultivation was suppressed by the power that forbade immortals, so he urgently sought out the two human immortal venerables for protection. He was used to traveling alone, but when he encountered a group of savage beasts alone, he suffered greatly and nearly lost his life. After that, he no longer dared to travel alone. Thus, he gathered the human cultivators along the way and traveled together with them. If they encountered another group of savage beasts, he would have a helper. Along the way, he saved tens of thousands of human cultivators one after another. After saving people, he felt that it was not in line with his ruthless character to save people for free. Therefore, Mounz would ask for a certain number of Dao gems as a reward for every person he saved. If the human cultivator he saved had a secret treasure and caught his eye, he would directly snatch the secret treasure and put it into his storage pouch. In this way, Mounz had saved tens of thousands of cultivators along the way, and he had gained a lot from it. He gradually fell in love with this kind of business of saving people and seizing their treasures. While flying, Mounz's eyes suddenly moved. In front of the spirit boat, there was an incomparably huge dark cloud. From afar, it looked like a coiling dragon. On top of the dark cloud, there was a huge rock. On top of the rock, there was a cultivator who seemed to be recuperating from his injuries. The cultivator was wearing a ghost mask and had a head full of silver hair. His chi was messy, which was enough to show that his injuries were extremely severe. Among the messy chi, the chi that occasionally leaked out was undoubtedly the chi of a human. Moreover, it had reached the mid-duzhen realm, which made Mounz's eyes brighten. Mid-duzhen. In other words, this person was a mid-shedding void cultivator when he was at his peak. If I save this person, it might be of some use. That thing under his butt is, the void-piercing stone. It's really the void-piercing stone. Mounz gasped. Then, his eyes were filled with greed. How could he not know the name of the void-piercing stone? The void-piercing stone could be used to refine high-grade acquired flying magical treasures. It could also be used to cultivate flying secret techniques. Even to the thought-breaking old monster, it was an extremely precious item. With Mounz's personality, there was no reason for him not to snatch such a precious treasure. I am Mounz. Devil is the devil of devils. What I love the most in my life is to kill people and seize their treasures. Junior. I'm interested in the void-piercing stone under your butt. If you hand this stone to me, I can show my kindness and spare your life. Moreover, I will allow you to board the ship and help you escape. If you refuse to hand over this stone, don't blame me for being merciless. Mounz stood at the bow of the spirit ship with his hands clasped behind his back. He let out a cold snort. The baleful qi that he had accumulated in his lifetime of slaughtering rushed towards Ningfan. The tens of thousands of cultivators on the spirit ship were shocked and they felt the baleful qi. They were shocked by how many people Mounz had killed. Ningfan was still recuperating. When he heard Mounz's threatening words, he immediately opened his eyes coldly. Even though Mounz had killed many people in his life, most of them were low-grade cultivators. He had never killed a thought-breaking realm cultivator. Thus, his baleful qi naturally could not intimidate Ningfan at all. Ningfan's cold and merciless eyes locked onto Mounz from across the void. Just a glance from him made Mounz's blood run cold. A few hours ago, Ningfan had just killed Xian Jia, who was a mid-thought-breaking realm cultivator. The baleful qi on his body was terrifyingly heavy. Mounz shuddered slightly. He could not imagine that Ningfan's eyes would have such a strong baleful qi and devil might. Are you sure you want to seize my void-piercing stone? Chapter 897. Ningfan's eyes were cold and emotionless as he examined Mounz, who came to seize the treasure. He had always been a person who would not offend others if they did not offend him. If this Mounz insisted on finding trouble with him, he would certainly not show any mercy. With just a glance, he was able to see through Mounz's cultivation base. This person should be at the early thought fragmentation realm when he was at his peak. Now, he could only display the strength of an early void-shedding realm cultivator. Ning Fan then looked at the spirit boat. It was a seventh nirvana nascent heaven escape treasure. Mounz came by riding the boat. There were tens of thousands of cultivators on the boat. Most of them had mediocre cultivation bases. Only 10 of them were higher than Du Zhen when they were at their peak. Ning Fan took a second glance at them, but that was all. Are you sure you want to seize my void-penetrating stone? The baleful qi in Ning Fan's eyes was too strong. That baleful qi made Mounz's heart turn cold. If Mounz was not mistaken, the baleful qi on Ning Fan's body was still very fresh. He must have killed a mid-thought fragmentation realm cultivator within a few hours. The more Mounz probed Ning Fan, the more danger he felt. The string of black jade Buddhist beads on his left wrist suddenly lit up faintly. Out of the 18 Buddhist beads, 11 of them lit up at once. Seeing this, Mounz sucked in a cold breath again. 11 beads. Where did this person come from? How could his devil nature be so strong? The Buddhist beads were a type of magic treasure of the Buddha sect. They were called, so I hear, beads. Each of them was refined from the relic of a cultivator of the Buddha sect. They had the ability to detect the devil nature of devil cultivators. The more Buddhist beads lit up, the stronger the devil nature of the cultivator. Normally, the stronger the devil nature of an old monster was, the stronger the devil nature of the cultivator. Such old monsters usually had powerful abilities and were not to be trifled with. Mounz himself was a devil lord who had killed countless people. His devil nature was extremely strong. However, even with the so I hear beads, he could only light up 6 Buddhist beads. He had roamed the northern heaven for his entire life and had seen many old ancestors of the devil path. In the northern heaven immortal world, there were only a handful of people in the thought fragmentation realm who could light up more than 10 Buddha beads, and all of them were peerless fiends in the late thought fragmentation realm or above. They were all people that Mounz couldn't afford to offend. Ning Fan was able to make 11 pearls light up. What did this mean? Mounz was secretly shocked. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Ning Fan was hiding his strength. Putting all the signs together, Mounz almost immediately came to the conclusion that Ning Fan was not someone to be trifled with. It was unwise to offend him. This person can kill a mid-thought shatterer demonic cultivator, and the devil essence in his body has reached the level of 11th jewels. It's not wise to provoke such a powerful devil just for a space-piercing stone. Mounz's expression changed rapidly. When he looked at Ning Fan again, the greed in his eyes was gone. He pretended to be calm, but his heart was filled with anxiety. He cupped his fists towards Ning Fan from afar and answered with a shameless smile. This old man was just joking with fellow Taoist. How could I really try to snatch fellow Taoist's void-piercing stone? Please don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist, you seem to be injured. This old man has some medicinal pills here that I can give to fellow Taoist as a form of good karma. Cough cough. This old man will take his leave first and won't disturb fellow Taoist's recovery. Farewell, farewell. Mounz took out a bottle of pills that he had snatched from somewhere and gave it to Ning Fan with a flick of his finger. Then, he hurriedly turned the ship around, fearing that he would make Ning Fan unhappy if he stayed any longer. Trying to get away with today's matter with just a bottle of pills. That's not enough. While fiddling with the pill bottle in his hand, Ning Fan smiled coldly. Suddenly, he stood up from the space-piercing stone. A golden light shone under his feet and he disappeared into the dark clouds together with the space-piercing stone. Almost at the same time, the giant space-piercing stone shone brightly and appeared at the bow of the ship out of nowhere. No one could see how the giant stone appeared. Ning Fan's figure in white robes and red light appeared at the same time. Mounz was the only one who could see Ning Fan's movement technique clearly. What a terrifying speed! It's far beyond my peak. Mounz sucked in a cold breath and groaned inwardly. He was even more convinced that Ning Fan was not someone to be trifled with. When he saw Ning Fan walking towards him step by step, he knew that Ning Fan was going to interrogate him. He thought to himself that he had already given Ning Fan a bottle of pills as an apology. If Ning Fan still finds trouble with him, it would be too overbearing. He could not help but feel a little regretful. If he knew that Ning Fan was powerful earlier, he would never say such harsh words to Ning Fan. He was simply asking for trouble. Even if trouble came to him, Mounz would not be afraid. Even though his heart was beating like a drum, he still put on a strong front and snorted coldly. This old man was just joking with fellow Taoist. I have already given you a bottle of pills as an apology. Fellow Taoist, don't go too far. As he said that, Mounz suddenly released his aura. Tens of thousands of cultivators felt an unbearable scorching heat wherever his aura shrouded. This man's Tao was fire. What he cultivated was not ordinary fire, but black fire. Ning Fan's eyes were slightly startled. The aura of this black fire was actually very similar to the cultivation method of the Black Evil sect. In this world, the Black Evil sect of the Northern Heaven was not the only sect that could cultivate black fire. However, the black fire on Mounz's body was undoubtedly the cultivation method of the Black Evil sect, but it was slightly different. The Black Evil sect was the sect of the Old Devil and also Ning Fan's sect. Looking at the black fire, Ning Fan's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. His originally cold eyes became slightly warmer and he asked indifferently. Your black fire seems to be somewhat related to the Black Evil sect of the Northern Heaven. May I know what is your relationship with the Black Evil sect? Where did you get the technique to cultivate the black fire? Mounz was startled. He did not expect Ning Fan to ask such a question. He could vaguely see that the hostility in Ning Fan's eyes was reduced when he mentioned the Black Evil sect of the Northern Heaven. Mounz's wretched eyes rolled around. He patted his storage pouch and took out a black token to show Ning Fan. That token was the token of the Black Evil sect of the Northern Heaven. The words Mounz were engraved on it. However, this token was extremely old. It had at least a few million years of history. When I was young, I was acquainted with the previous sect master of the Black Evil sect, Mounz. I was once a nominal guest of the Black Evil sect. Naturally, I know some of the black fire techniques of the Black Evil sect. Mounz. Ning Fan remembered that the master of the Old Devil's master was called Mounz. Mounz, who was standing in front of him, was actually acquainted with one of his ancestors and was once a guest of the Black Evil sect. Since you are acquainted with the Black Evil sect, let's forget about today's matter. Ning Fan sighed. He was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. However, he was also a person who valued relationships very much. If Mounz was acquainted with the Black Evil sect, he would not seek trouble with him. Mounz secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that it was fortunate that he had spent some time in the Black Evil sect. Otherwise, today's matter would certainly not be settled so easily. Inwardly, he muttered to himself. Even though the Black Evil sect had once flourished, it had already declined a long time ago. There were only a few experts left. This Ning Fan seemed to have a close relationship with the Black Evil sect at first glance. However, I wonder what kind of relationship he had with the Black Evil sect. Seeing Ning Fan turning around and wanting to leave, Mounz's eyes rolled and another thought appeared in his mind. Even though this person is injured, he is extremely strong. If he can stay on my ship, I'm sure it will be safer for us to escape. Thinking of this, Mounz immediately urged Ning Fan to stay. Fellow Taoist, you are injured. Why don't you travel with us? We can take care of each other. Travel with us? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. After pondering for a moment, he actually nodded his head and agreed to Mounz's invitation. It was also good to travel with Mounz. Originally, he was going to save venerated immortal Miao Yen. If he travels with Mounzi, he would have an additional helper which would increase his chances of rescuing venerated immortal Miao Yen. Haha. Fellow Taoist, you are very strong. It's really great that you can travel with me. My name is Mounzi. May I know how to address you? Zhao Jian. Ning Fan indifferently gave a fake name. His true identity was too sensitive. It would be fine if he did not wear the ghost mask. However, now that he was wearing it, he really did not want to expose his name too much. So it's fellow Taoist Zhao. Forgive me for not recognizing you. Mounzi's eyes narrowed even though he was apologizing. Inwardly, he thought that this name was very unfamiliar and he had never heard of it before. It was most likely a fake name. However, he did not mind it and asked with a fake smile. Now that the desolate world is facing a calamity, I and my fellow Taoists of the human race are looking for the two venerated immortal Miao Yen and immortal Lu He to seek their protection. I wonder if fellow Taoist Zhao knows where they are now. What a coincidence. I happen to have the whereabouts of venerated immortal Miao Yen in my hands. Ning Fan took out a blank jade slip and engraved a route to the Gate of Life on it. Then, he passed it to Mounzi. The destination of the Gate of Life was the Gate of Life, which was one realm away from the Gate of Death where venerated immortal Miao Yen was. Mounzi was slightly stunned. He was just asking casually. He did not expect that he would really get the information about venerated immortal Miao Yan's whereabouts. He took the jade slip and carefully read it. His facial expression was very deep and he could not see any expression on it. However, he could still see a hint of doubt in the corner of Mounzi's eyes. Fellow Taoist, are you doubting the authenticity of this route? Ning Fan asked with an expressionless face. He. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. Now that the desolate world is facing a calamity, we human cultivators should work together in order to preserve our lives. I think fellow Taoist won't give me false information and commit an unwise act like trying to harm me. The doubt in Mounzi's eyes did not diminish. However, after pondering for a moment, he still activated the spirit boat and flew towards the direction Ning Fan had given him. I hope that I can really find venerated immortal Miao Yen by following this route. Now that the desolate world was facing a calamity, all the human cultivators wanted to find the two human immortal venerated immortal Miao Yen as soon as possible to seek protection. Mounzi was no exception. He formed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers and the speed of the spirit boat under his feet gradually increased. This boat was called the Devil Essence Boat. It was a magic treasure that Mounzi cultivated with his life. Its grade was at the 7th Nirvana Nascent Heaven realm. Its speed was rather shocking. However, only Mounzi who was familiar with the spiritual nature of this boat could control it freely. Fellow Taoist, you can recuperate at the side first. I will bring you to this place to find venerated immortal Miao Yen. Mounzi said with a fake smile. All right. Seeing that the speed of the boat was not slow, Ning Fan nodded his head. All of a sudden, he raised his hand and pointed at the space-piercing stone at the bow of the boat. As his finger touched the stone, it gave off a faint light. The dragon-shaped dark cloud in the distant void space immediately moved and drifted towards the spirit boat. As soon as it got close to the boat, hundreds of black mist ropes immediately flew out from the dark cloud and tied themselves to the stern of the boat. The space-piercing power of the space-piercing stone was added to the boat. The speed of the boat immediately increased by a few times. That dark cloud actually attached itself to the back of the boat and moved along with it. Looking from afar, it looked like the boat was dragging the dark cloud forward. In reality, it was the space-piercing stone that was guiding the boat and a group of wild beasts. After doing all this, Ning Fan sat cross-legged under the space-piercing stone and continued to recuperate. Many cultivators on the boat had already exclaimed in surprise. What are those dark clouds? Tens of thousands of cultivators on the boat looked at the enormous dark cloud behind the boat. All of them were puzzled. They did not know what those dark clouds were. It was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to see through the dark clouds with their eyes and spirit sense. They could not see the 200,000 wild beasts hiding under the dark clouds. Seeing that the space-piercing stone could actually increase the speed of the boat, Mounz's heart was filled with excitement. At the same time, he sighed. Even though he was greedy for this treasure, he did not dare to snatch it anymore. When he looked at the enormous dark cloud behind the boat again, Mounz's eyes turned strange. Inwardly, he wondered why Ning Fan would display his ability and hang such a dark cloud at the stern of the boat for no reason. He activated his ability and used his spirit sense to penetrate the dark cloud. Then, he saw the scene inside the dark cloud clearly. However, as soon as he saw it, his expression immediately changed greatly. The blood in his body actually felt like it was flowing in reverse due to the shock. His heart was pounding uncontrollably. He could not believe the scene in front of him at all. There were actually hundreds of thousands of wild beasts hidden inside the dark cloud. Among them, there were 45 void-shedding wild beasts. The cold eyes of the wild beasts were fixed on Mounz as if they were looking at a delicacy. It made Mounz's scalp go numb and chills ran down his spine. Mounz roughly estimated that there were at least 200,000 wild beasts in this group. Wild beasts were cruel and bloodthirsty by nature. However, this group of wild beasts were docile. All of them were crawling in the dark cloud. Moreover, all of the wild beasts were crawling in the direction of Ning Fan, as if they were kowtowing to him. It was as if they were obeying his orders. That kind of kowtowing was extremely sincere, as if they were worshipping their own master. Fellow Taoist Zhao, they are. Mounz's heart was beating wildly. He already had a guess, but he just could not believe that it was true. They are my subordinates. What do you think of these subordinates? Can they protect my void-piercing stone? Ning Fan said with deep meaning. After hearing what Ning Fan said, Mounz's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. It confirmed his guess. When he thought of his foolish action of trying to seize the void-piercing stone, he actually felt a lingering fear. Mounz had met some demon cultivators who could control wild beasts along the way. However, it was his first time meeting a human who could control wild beasts. What was more unexpected was that Ning Fan could command 200,000 wild beasts at once and make so many of them submit to him. If he really turned against Ning Fan earlier, he would probably be torn into pieces by these 200,000 wild beasts. With his current strength, he was definitely not a match for this group of wild beasts. Fortunately, he did not offend Ning Fan to the extreme. Fortunately, he was once a foreign elder of the Black Devil sect. With this layer of relationship, he was able to bury the hatchet between him and Ning Fan. I need to focus on healing my injuries. I won't continue chatting with fellow Taoist. Ning Fan smiled faintly and continued to consume pills to heal his injuries. The injuries on his body were almost healed. However, the loss of blood essence was not that easy to replenish. He might need to cultivate diligently for a period of time before he could recover. He. Fellow Taoist Zhao, just focus on healing your injuries. With me here, no one can disturb you. Mounz's tone was flattering. However, when he looked at Ning Fan's expression, he became even more cautious. Ning Fan had 200,000 wild beasts by his side. He could not afford to offend Ning Fan. The grade of this spirit boat was not low. With the power of the void-piercing stone, even though it was flying with 200,000 wild beasts, it was still moving at a speed that was close to the breaking of a thought. The void-piercing stone had been tainted by demon blood before. The power of the stone was flawed and it could only be used for 8 hours at a time. However, after the death of the elderly man named Ning Fan, the demon blood on his corpse had already faded. The flaw had also disappeared. It could now be used continuously. Along the way, Mounz would still lend a helping hand to the human cultivators he met and ask for Tao crystals from them as a reward. Occasionally, he would also snatch the magic treasures of some of the rescued cultivators. At first, Mounz was worried that his action of snatching treasures would make Ning Fan unhappy. However, when he saw that Ning Fan did not pay any attention to him, he gradually became more courageous. Along the way, he happily saved people and seized their treasures without getting tired. Ning Fan occasionally opened his eyes and glanced at Mounz. Mounz was only saving people and seizing their treasures. He did not kill people to seize their treasures. Thus, he naturally could not be bothered with him. About 2 hours later, Ning Fan let out a long sigh of relief. The injuries on his body were almost fully healed. The baleful qi on his body was also gradually withdrawn. It was no longer as sharp and threatening as before. He glanced at the lightning-capturing banner with his spirit sense. When he saw that immortal Loli was still eating and drinking by herself, he felt speechless. However, he also felt at ease. Whether immortal Loli was an ordinary person or an immortal emperor, it did not change Ning Fan's concern for her. After spending so many years together, his concern for her had already become a habit. After keeping the lightning-capturing banner, Ning Fan's gaze fell on the giant stone in front of him. He stared at the 2 words Ni Fan engraved on it and remained silent. In front of him, the strange actions of the black-robed old man appeared again. That gaze of enlightenment and that friendly smile gave Ning Fan an indescribable feeling. He reached out his palm and pressed it on the space-piercing stone. Immediately, he felt a cold sensation. His heart became even calmer. He could clearly feel each and every trace of the void-breaking power in the space-piercing stone. The void-breaking power could be used to refine high-grade flying escape magical treasures. It could also be used to cultivate secret flying escape techniques. The quality of the space-piercing stone in front of him was extremely high. It was enough to move any thought-breaking old monster. However, Ning Fan did not care about the void-breaking power in the space-piercing stone. What he cared more about was the 2 words Ni Fan, engraved on the space-piercing stone. He stared at the 2 words in a daze. Suddenly, he had a strange feeling of time and space intertwining in his heart. That feeling was like looking at the past and the future. It was like looking at the butterfly body of his previous life in the illusions in the past. That feeling was indescribable, but it was unforgettable. The traces of demon blood on the space-piercing stone were already extremely faint. Just as Ning Fan's palm touched the stone, those traces immediately disappeared bit by bit. Ning Fan stared blankly at the disappearing traces of blood. That kind of disappearance was completely erased from samsara. He seemed to have gained some enlightenment, but he did not know what it was. The blankness in his eyes became more and more obvious. The figure of that black-robed old man began to appear in his mind. The Fuli demon blood began to circulate uncontrollably. Suddenly, he had an illusion that he could not tell whether he was Ning Fan or that black-robed old man. Suddenly, he felt that even though he possessed the Fuli bloodline in the past, he had never truly unleashed the power of the bloodline. The Fuli clan was the strongest demon race in the ancient times. Their bloodline was not something that ordinary demon blood could compare to. After their luck was tainted, the bloodline of the Fuli clan became the dirtiest demon blood in the world. However, its ferocity did not decrease at all. That black-robed old man is the real Fuli. I'm not. Even though I possess the Fuli bloodline, I have never allowed it to dominate my body. All along, I have been using magic power as my main source of power in my cultivation. The real Fuli clan shouldn't be like this. Ning Fan was originally dressed in white robes which were dyed red. However, at a certain moment, his body suddenly emitted rolling black mist. Inside the black mist, Ning Fan's appearance of white robes and silver hair suddenly turned into black robes and black hair. The silver-haired, white-robed man had many powers that were dominated by magical power. The black-haired, black-clothed man's power was dominated by demonic energy. At the moment when he turned into black robes and black hair, even his silver ghost mask turned pitch black. Only his eyes turned purple. At that moment, a soul-stirring ancient demon chi flashed across Ning Fan's body for a split second before disappearing. On the entire spirit boat, only Mounz was able to capture the ancient demon chi that appeared for a brief moment. Pseudo-ancient demon. Mounz's expression immediately changed. Chapter 898. Pseudo-ancient demon. Mounz's expression immediately changed. At his level, he had seen human cultivators who cultivated demon power at the same time. There would always be some powerful cultivators who obtained the skin and core of the ancient revival fruit by chance. From there, their bodies would have the aptitude to cultivate other types of power. However, in those cultivators' bodies, demon power could at most become their vassal. It was extremely weak. However, in Ning Fan's body, his magic power and demon power actually fused perfectly. Moreover, that demon power was actually the demon spiritual power that only pseudo-ancient demons possessed. The black-haired Ning Fan only appeared for a moment before returning to his original appearance. However, at that moment, Mounz actually felt his breathing stagnate and his heart palpitated in fear when he saw the black-robed Ning Fan. The white-robed Ning Fan still had some feelings for him. However, the black-robed Ning Fan was like the carrier of all evil, filth and darkness in the world. It was as if even the heavenly Tao had to be ashamed of its inferiority and submit to him. Mounz did not know that the black-robed Ning Fan's evil chi originated from the Fu Li bloodline in his body. Mounz did not know that the Fu Li clan was once the supervisor of the heavenly Tao. The true Fu Li could change the heavenly Tao and reverse the Tao laws with just a wave of their hands. What Mounz did not know was that the Tao laws on Ning Fan's body were all reversed the moment he turned into black robes. Ning Fan only stayed in the black-robed and black-haired state for a moment. However, he clearly felt that he seemed to have the same shocking ability as the black-robed old man. With just a wave of his hand, he could shatter people's magic treasures and erase the Tao laws. At the moment when he turned into black robes, there was a trace of void returning power between his fingers. It was one of the three greatest divine abilities of the Fu Li clan, void returning finger. Void returning, makes all cultivations vanish and return to nothingness. Ning Fan closed his eyes and continued to meditate under the void penetrating stone. Mounz's expression kept changing. He did not know what Ning Fan was comprehending, but he did not dare to disturb him. After another hour, an extremely disheveled figure suddenly flew out from one of the gates of death in front of him. That person was an early thought fragmentation realm old monster when he was at his peak. Due to a moment of carelessness, he accidentally entered one of the gates of death. Fortunately, just as he took half a step into the gate of death, he sensed that something was wrong and immediately escaped. Otherwise, he would have most likely lost his life in the gate of death. Although he fled extremely quickly, he still suffered many injuries on his body. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood, and he seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. Once the old monster escaped from the death gate, he immediately started cursing. Suddenly, he saw the spirit boat flying toward him. When he scanned the spirit boat with his divine sense, he was immediately overjoyed. Isn't this the Devil Essence Arc? Old man Mounz, you don't mind me healing on your spirit boat, right? The old man was originally very far away from the spirit boat, but in a flash, he had already flown onto the spirit boat. On the spirit boat, many cultivators recognized this old monster. He was the patriarch of the Northern Heaven Ku sect, Patriarch Jinhua. Mounz narrowed his eyes in displeasure when he saw that Patriarch Jinhua had come uninvited. However, when he saw this person's miserable appearance, he felt a bit of schadenfreude. Humph! Old man Jinhua, this old man has never had any friendship with you. Why should I let you stay here and heal your injuries? Now that the wilderness is facing a calamity, we human cultivators should share weal and woe together. Even if we don't have any friendship, I don't think you will chase me off the boat, right? With this old man here, isn't your broken boat a little safer? Patriarch Jinhua chuckled and was about to meditate, ignoring Mounz's slightly ugly expression. However, before he sat down, his eyes lit up when he saw the sky-piercing stone at the bow of the ship. It's the sky-piercing stone. Old man Moun, you're really lucky to have obtained such a supreme treasure. 500 billion Dao crystals. How about you sell half of this stone to me? To thought-shattering cultivators, Dao crystals were no longer of much use. Many things needed for cultivation couldn't be bought with Dao crystals. It was simply wishful thinking to buy half a sky-piercing stone with 500 billion Dao crystals. This price wasn't high at all. Old ancestor Jinhua licked his lips and looked at Mounz threateningly, as if he would rob him of the stone if Mounz refused to sell it to him. Mounz's eyes immediately turned cold. However, he seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, he let out a wretched smile and pointed at Ning Fan while saying to old ancestor Jinhua. I'm not the owner of the sky-piercing stone. The owner of this stone is fellow Taoist Zhao. If you want the sky-piercing stone, don't come to me. Fellow Taoist Zhao. Which fellow Taoist Zhao? Old ancestor Jinhua was stunned. Only then did he notice that there was a cultivator with a ghost mask sitting cross-legged at the foot of the sky-piercing stone. He was facing the stone and seemed to be comprehending something. Even though Ning Fan's injuries had healed, the qi that he was emitting right now was only at the mid-crossing truth realm. Old ancestor Jinhua's heart pounded. He thought to himself that Ning Fan was at most a mid-shedding void cultivator when he was at his peak. Why would Mounz address him as fellow Taoist? With Ning Fan's cultivation base, how was it possible for him to have a supreme treasure like the sky-piercing stone? Could it be that Mounz is lying to me? Old ancestor Jinhua asked doubtfully. Does this sky-piercing stone belong to little friend? So what if it does? When Ning Fan answered him, he did not even open his eyes. He did not even turn his head around. It made old ancestor Jinhua displeased and his tone became a little hostile. May I know your name, your excellency? Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian. I've never heard of you. Old ancestor Jinhua frowned and smiled coldly. Then, he said to Ning Fan in a tone that left no room for rejection. 100 billion Dao crystals. Sell this stone to me and I will give you a great fortune. Old ancestor Jinhua stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was like that of an old man. Seeing that Ning Fan's cultivation base was not high, old ancestor Jinhua not only lowered the price but also planned to forcefully buy the entire sky-piercing stone. If it wasn't because this place was Mounz's territory and he needed to give Mounz face, old ancestor Jinhua would not even pay 100 billion Dao crystals and would directly snatch the stone from him. He did not put Ning Fan in his eyes at all. I'm not selling it. Ning Fan answered coldly. He continued to treat his injuries and ignored old ancestor Jinhua. Humph. It's not up to you whether you want to sell it or not. Old ancestor Jinhua's eyes darkened. He did not expect that he would be rejected by a junior. Just as he was about to lose his temper, his expression suddenly changed. All of a sudden, Ning Fan opened his eyes. His eyes were originally scarlet but they suddenly turned into purple demonic pupils. At the same time, Ning Fan's hair and robes turned black. Even his ghost face turned black. He stood up abruptly and turned around. Rolling black mist flowed out from Ning Fan's body and rolled towards old ancestor Jinhua. As it rolled towards him, old ancestor Jinhua's cultivation base was weakened at an insane rate. One breath had reduced 1,000 years of cultivation base. After 3 breaths, old ancestor Jinhua's cultivation base had been reduced by 3,000 years. Such a strange ability was simply unheard of. It caused old ancestor Jinhua's expression to change drastically. His heart raced. In shock and anger, he flipped his hand and took out a small golden mountain and threw it at Ning Fan. That small golden mountain was old ancestor Jinhua's Dao weapon. It was called Ku because it was missing a corner. As soon as it soared into the sky, it immediately expanded against the wind and fell from the sky. The momentum of its fall was enough to smash any cultivator below the sky-piercing technique into minced meat. Get lost. All of a sudden, a purple-black halo of the fully spiritual wheel appeared beneath Ning Fan's feet. The halo rotated with a hissing sound. However, the direction of its rotation was in the opposite direction of the Great Tao. He pressed his 5 fingers against the sky. Black mist immediately soared into the sky. As soon as the golden mountain came into contact with the black mist, it immediately let out a series of rumbling sounds. Countless black cracks appeared on its surface. Its spiritual power was greatly reduced. With a loud bang, it directly exploded into countless golden broken rocks. The rolling black mist then pressed down on old ancestor Jinhua. Looking from afar, it actually gave off a heavy feeling as if black clouds were pressing down on a city. The black mist instantly closed in on him. Old ancestor Jinhua had nowhere to run. Immediately, he let out a series of muffled groans within the thick black mist. His cultivation base was being devoured by the black mist at a crazy rate. 1,000 years of cultivation base would be erased in every breath. Mounz was greatly shocked. He originally wanted to see old ancestor Jinhua being humiliated in front of Ning Fan. However, he did not expect to see such a terrifying ability that could actually erase one's cultivation base. Old ancestor Jinhua who was inside the black mist seemed to be suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. He could not move at all. His cultivation base was constantly being erased by the black mist. That kind of feeling was like he was losing his cultivation base step by step and was walking towards death. Inside the black mist, old ancestor Jinhua suddenly turned his head. To his surprise, he realized that there were actually 200,000 killing intent locked onto him from the dark clouds behind the spirit boat. Old ancestor Jinhua scanned the dark clouds behind the spirit boat with his spirit sense. Immediately, his body trembled. Inside the dark clouds, there were 200,000 savage beasts prostrating themselves. All of them were kneeling in Ning Fan's direction with extremely respectful expressions. Seeing this scene, old ancestor Jinhua's heart pounded madly. His face immediately turned pale. How could he not know that other than Ning Fan's powerful abilities, he also had several 100,000 savage beasts as his subordinates? What is this Zhao Jian's background? His abilities are actually so terrifying and he even has 200,000 savage beasts protecting him. Thought Fragmentation Realm. This person must be at the Thought Fragmentation Realm without a doubt. He must have concealed his cultivation base. We must never offend this person. Mounz, you're despicable. You clearly know that you can't offend this person but you didn't tell me and allowed me to provoke him. Your intentions are really vicious. Old ancestor Jinhua's face turned pale. In front of Ning Fan, he found it hard to keep his mind calm. Under such a dangerous situation, old ancestor Jinhua gritted his teeth and patted the top of his head. He actually wanted to use his last life-saving method. However, at this moment, Ning Fan withdrew all of the black mist with a thought and spared old ancestor Jinhua's life. He did not intend to kill old ancestor Jinhua in the first place. Keeping this person alive could also be a great help to rescue venerated Miao Yan. If you provoke me again, you'll have to bear the consequences. Ning Fan withdrew from his black-robed and black-haired form. He faced the space-penetrating stone and sat down again to continue his comprehension. The black-robed old man who was called Ni Fan could erase 100,000 years of cultivation base of his enemies with a single finger of the returning void finger. As for Ning Fan, he could only erase 1,000 years of cultivation base of his enemies in a single breath. Moreover, after 10 breaths, his divine technique would be broken and he would not be able to maintain it for long. His comprehension towards the returning void finger was still far from enough. Old ancestor Jinhua looked even more miserable. His eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Ning Fan. He understood that Ning Fan had shown him mercy. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to survive today. He did not dare to resent Ning Fan. Instead, he vented all of his anger on Mounz. Mounz, you better remember this. Today, you've schemed against me. When I return to the northern heaven in the future, I will certainly not let you go. Alright. I'll wait and see how you're not going to let me go. Mounz smiled wretchedly. His expression was filled with schadenfreude. Ning Fan's divine technique and strength had truly shocked him. However, he felt that everything was reasonable. After all, he had already noticed that Ning Fan was not someone he could provoke. Old ancestor Jinhua glared at Mounz again. Then, he found a spot at the bow of the ship and began to heal his wounds. When he recalled the divine technique that Ning Fan used to erase his cultivation base, he still felt a lingering fear. Such a terrifying divine technique was almost on par with the heaven-suppressing treasure of the Northern Heaven Lost World Palace, the Een Melting Pearl. Inwardly, he had made up his mind that no matter what, he must not provoke Ning Fan again. In the future, he must also take a detour when he sees Ning Fan. The spirit ship continued to move forward. After passing through several life gates, many exhausted human cultivators suddenly appeared in front of them. These cultivators were wearing the same attire. Obviously, they belonged to a combat division of the human race. They were heading in the opposite direction of Mounz and the others. Those cultivators were fleeing in panic. When they saw Mounz's spirit ship, they were overjoyed. Mounz stood majestically at the bow of the ship. Some cultivators who recognized him immediately asked for help. We are the combat division under the command of a 6-unity immortal venerable. We are being chased by a blood-soul ferocious beast. 100,000 battle guards are fighting to the death. 2 thought-shattering commanders are risking their lives to kill that ferocious beast. We have to search everywhere for reinforcements. Senior Mounz, please save the 2 thought-shattering commanders. Another cultivator saw old ancestor Jinhua who was standing at the bow of the ship. He was overjoyed. It's old ancestor Jinhua. There are actually 2 thought-shattering seniors on this ship. With them around, we can definitely save the 2 commanders. When the cultivators on the Demon Essence boat heard the words of these cultivators, all of them sucked in a cold breath. What kind of blood-soul ferocious beast is so powerful that it could actually make 100,000 battle guards flee at the sight of it? Moreover, it could even make 2 thought-shattering commanders fight to the death. Mounz's face twitched. Even though he had saved a lot of people along the way, he was not a kind person. That blood-soul ferocious beast sounded extremely powerful. He was too lazy to get involved in it and save some thought-shattering commanders whom he did not know. Wouldn't it be a waste if he lost his life just to save them? Old ancestor Jinhua shook his head repeatedly. He was also unwilling to put himself in danger for unrelated people. Only Ning Fan's eyes flickered. He stood up and asked those cultivators who were asking for help through telepathy. Where did you encounter the ferocious beast? Those cultivators did not know who Ning Fan was. However, when they saw Ning Fan standing together with Mounz and old ancestor Jinhua, they assumed that he was also a legendary expert of the human race. Thus, they naturally did not dare to be negligent. They respectfully took out a jade slip with a map and answered. The place where we encountered the ferocious beast has already been marked on the jade slip. Senior will know after taking a look at it. Ning Fan received the jade slip and scanned through it with his spirit sense. His face immediately darkened. The place where the group of human cultivators encountered the blood-soul ferocious beast was on the way to rescue venerated Miao Yen. Ning Fan was not concerned about the two thought-shattering commanders who stopped the ferocious beast. What he was concerned about was the safety of Zhao Dai, and the others. The broken continent that Zhao Dai, and the others were on was flying in that direction. If they encounter that blood-soul ferocious beast, when you came here, did you see a broken continent that was covered with golden light? Ning Fan suddenly asked. Yes. The two thought-shattering commanders led the army to fight the ferocious beast to the death in order to protect the cultivators on that broken continent. Those cultivators answered respectfully. Upon hearing their words, Ning Fan's expression immediately changed. With a tap of his feet, he directly disappeared from the bow of the ship with the void-piercing stone. Stepping on the stone, he flew into the void. The massive dark cloud behind the spirit ship suddenly dispersed. 200,000 ferocious beasts flew out under Ning Fan's will. They were densely packed like a swarm of locusts. He did not care about the lives and deaths of the others. However, he must save Zhao Dai, and the others. Before he left the broken continent, he had left an imprint of the reverse spirit technique on it. Until now, that imprint was still intact. Presumably, their lives were not in danger yet. However, now that the blood-soul ferocious beast had set its eyes on them, Heaven Barbarian City was probably not safe at the moment. Carrying 200,000 ferocious beasts, Ning Fan stepped on a golden rainbow and dashed forward. The 10,000 ferocious beasts followed closely behind him. They broke through the sky and dashed forward. That scene was just too shocking. Be it the tens of thousands of cultivators on the Devil Essence ship or the lone cultivators who came to seek help, all of them were tongue-tied and speechless. When they saw the 200,000 ferocious beasts again, Mounzi and old ancestor Jin Hua's hearts beat wildly. However, because they had seen it before, they were much calmer than the others. What should we do? Should we follow them? Old ancestor Jin Hua asked Mounzi with a solemn expression. Let's follow them. Since fellow Daoist Zhao wants to go, it's better for us to follow them and have a look. No matter how strong that blood-soul ferocious beast is, with fellow Daoist Zhao's 200,000 ferocious beasts at the front, we should still be very safe. What else can we do if we don't follow them? Mounzi looked at the map jade slip. The direction indicated by the jade slip was exactly the route to find venerated Miao Yen. They had no choice but to follow them. Speaking of which, if venerated Miao Yen is really in front of us, why didn't these people ask for help from venerated immortal but me instead? If venerated immortal is really in front of us, that blood-soul ferocious beast wouldn't be able to act recklessly no matter how strong it is. Is venerated Miao Yen really on this route? Mounzi once again doubted the authenticity of Ning Fan's information. However, he had no choice but to believe it. He activated the Devil Essence ship and carried the cultivators on it, following closely behind Ning Fan and the group of ferocious beasts. Inwardly, he could only pray that he would be able to find venerated Miao Yen and save his life. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.